What happens when a plane vanishes over the ocean, and no one can explain why? No distress call, no wreckage, only silence where there should have been answers. For decades, aircraft have disappeared without a trace. Not in storms, not in war, but in calm skies above open water. Some were commercial flights, others, military operations. Each one ended the same way, with a mystery the ocean refused to give back. Tonight we follow their paths, into radar blackouts, into missing cockpit tapes, into questions that science still can't explain. This is 4+ hours of ocean flight mysteries science still can't explain. Before we begin, where are you watching from right now? Drop your city and the time on your screen in the comments below. Let's see how far these forgotten flights still travel. There is a moment, one so silent, so unreachable, when a plane simply stops being seen. No distress call, no radar echo, just a gentle blink from existence, swallowed by blue. For those of us on land, that kind of disappearance exists somewhere between nightmare and myth. Yet for the ocean, it is something else entirely. It is history, it is routine. Over the past century, the ocean has taken more than its share of aircraft, machines built to resist nature, to skim over clouds, to defy gravity, pilots trained with precision, engines crafted with human ingenuity, passengers holding their breath as they cross over the watery abyss. And yet all it takes is one flicker of anomaly, one error in judgment, one ripple in time, and the plane is gone, forever. This isn't just a story about wreckage and black boxes. This is a story about the thin, flickering line between what we know and what we think we know. Some of these mysteries have plausible explanations buried beneath bureaucracy or physics. Others remain utterly blank. No debris, no signal, no trace. And it's in those blank spaces that we find the ghost of the truth. The mystery is not in the disappearance itself, it's in what remains afterward, the silence. You are about to embark on a journey across time and ocean. You'll hear stories pulled from the world's deepest corners, from the warm waters of the Pacific to the icy corridors of the North Atlantic, from jungled islands and abandoned airfields to sea lanes so empty they feel lunar. In every one of these cases, a flight took off, passengers and crew aboard, and never came home. Families waited, governments scrambled, satellites searched, and then, silence. Some of these planes have never been found, others were located decades later, twisted metal graves on the seafloor. Still others reappeared with answers that only led to deeper questions. But in each one, there's a haunting symmetry. A journey began, but never ended. Maybe that's why ocean flight mysteries endure, because deep down, we all want to believe there's a reason, that someone made a choice, that something can be explained, that nothing, truly nothing, ever just vanishes. And yet the ocean is vast. It holds secrets older than memory. It hides things not just in depth, but in time, as if the waves themselves fold stories into another dimension, one we only brush against in dreams. So lean back, let the sound of the tide in your mind grow louder, and drift into the blue. These are the stories of 13 flights that entered the sky and were never truly seen again. Let us begin. On the evening of March 7, 2014, 239 people boarded Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 at Kuala Lumpur International Airport. The aircraft was a Boeing 777-200ER, one of the safest and most reliable commercial airplanes in the world. Its destination was Beijing, China, and the flight was scheduled to take just under 6 hours. There was no storm in the forecast, no conflict in the airspace, and no technical warnings before departure. It was, by every measurable standard, a routine flight. The captain, Zahari Ahmad Shah, was an experienced pilot with over 18,000 hours of flying time. His co-pilot, Farik Abdul Hamid, was a capable and rising professional. Together, they represented a confident and trusted team at the controls of a dependable aircraft. The passengers were a mix of nationalities and backgrounds. Families, business travelers, students, and tourists filled the seats. A group of artists returning from an exhibition, couples headed to reunions, parents with young children. The cabin lights dimmed as the engines roared to life, and at 12:41 a.m. on March 8, MH370 lifted off from the runway, vanishing into the night sky. For the first 40 minutes of the flight, everything proceeded normally. Air traffic controllers monitored the plane as it climbed to its cruising altitude. Communications between the cockpit and control towers were calm, routine, and clear. There were no signs of distress or deviation. At 1:19 a.m., the final words were transmitted from the cockpit. When Malaysian Air Traffic Control handed the flight over to Vietnamese controllers, the voice from the flight deck simply said, "Good night, Malaysian 370. 2 minutes later, the plane's transponder stopped transmitting. Without the transponder, civilian radar systems lost the aircraft's identity and altitude. But military radar, operating independently, continued to track a blip that had suddenly changed course. Instead of continuing on its expected path toward Vietnam and the South China Sea, the aircraft had veered sharply west, looping back over the Malay Peninsula. It was a turn that made no logical sense, and no explanation was provided. As the blip traveled across the Strait of Malacca, heading into the Andaman Sea, military radar followed it until it disappeared from view at around 2:22 a.m. It was as if the aircraft had not merely lost contact, but had intentionally vanished. And with that, flight MH370 was gone. In the early morning hours, air traffic controllers tried repeatedly to reach the aircraft. Vietnamese authorities, realizing the plane had not checked in as scheduled, reached out to their Malaysian counterparts. At first, there was hesitation. Planes sometimes lose contact briefly, after all. But by dawn, it became clear that something far more serious had occurred. Families arriving at the Beijing airport found no sign of the arriving plane. Confusion turned into fear. Airline staff repeated that the flight was delayed, but soon they had nothing more to say. Malaysia Airlines issued a statement just after 7 a.m. They had lost contact with the plane. The search had begun. Initially, the focus was on the South China Sea, where the plane was last seen by civilian radar. Dozens of ships and aircraft scoured the waters. Search and rescue teams worked around the clock. But after 2 days of fruitless searching, the Malaysian government revealed something that changed everything. Military radar had tracked the plane turning back across Malaysia. This information, which could have helped redirect the search immediately, had been held back. The delay meant that the initial search efforts had been pointed entirely in the wrong direction. Then a new clue emerged. Investigators learned that while the aircraft's transponder had been disabled, another system on board, the satellite communications system SATCOM, was still active. This system sent automatic handshake pings to a satellite operated by Inmarsat, a British company. These were not voice or data transmissions, but rather small, periodic signals confirming the aircraft's continued presence. Over a 7-hour period, Inmarsat received 6 such handshakes from MH370, with the final one arriving at 8:19 a.m. Long after the aircraft had lost contact with air traffic control, that meant the plane had continued flying for hours after vanishing from radar. Using Doppler effect calculations and timing analysis, Inmarsat analysts were able to determine 2 potential corridors along which the plane might have traveled. A northern corridor stretching toward Kazakhstan and Central Asia, and a southern one extending deep into the southern Indian Ocean. The northern route was quickly ruled out because no radar systems in the region had detected any unauthorized aircraft. That left the southern route, a remote stretch of ocean west of Australia, far from shipping lanes and rescue stations, an area of water vast and unforgiving. The search was redirected. Over the following months, an international coalition involving Australia, Malaysia, China, and several other countries coordinated what would become the most expensive and extensive search operation in aviation history. Underwater sonar scanning, aerial sweeps, satellite imaging and deep-sea vessels were deployed to comb through tens of thousands of square kilometers. But the Indian Ocean is deep, unpredictable, and uncooperative. Despite their efforts, searchers found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slick, no black boxes, nothing. Then in July 2015, more than a year after the disappearance, a large piece of debris washed ashore on Réunion Island, a remote territory of France in the Indian Ocean. The debris was identified as a flaperon, part of a plane's wing, and confirmed to be from MH370. This was the first tangible evidence that the aircraft had indeed crashed into the Southern Ocean. Over time, additional pieces of debris were found on beaches in Mozambique, Tanzania, and South Africa. But these fragments were small and scattered, carried by the currents over thousands of miles. None of them led searchers to the main wreckage. None offered clues about what had happened in the cockpit or cabin. The plane itself, its fuselage, flight recorders, engines, remained missing. Despite the absence of physical evidence, theories began to take shape. One of the most prominent was that the pilot, Zahari Ahmad Shah, had deliberately crashed the plane. This theory, based in part on a flight simulator found in his home, suggested that he had practiced a flight path similar to the one MH370 was believed to have taken. Supporters of this theory argued that the controlled turnback, the disabling of communication systems, and the long uninterrupted flight south pointed to a planned act. But others rejected this idea, citing Zahari's clean record, stable personal life, and lack of motive. Another theory involved mechanical failure, perhaps a fire or sudden decompression that incapacitated the crew, leaving the plane to fly on autopilot until it ran out of fuel. But that explanation didn't fit with the evidence of deliberate course changes and system shutdowns. Some proposed that hijackers had taken over the aircraft. Others suggested that the plane had been shot down, either accidentally or intentionally, and the truth covered up. More extreme theories floated into public discussion: cyber hijacking, secret military operations, a landing at Diego Garcia, or even alien intervention. Most were dismissed by experts, but in the absence of answers, the public imagination stretched far. As the mystery deepened, so too did the global obsession. MISEP 370 was not just a tragedy, it had become a symbol of modern anxiety that even in a world of satellites, real-time data, and constant surveillance, something as massive and intricate as a commercial jetliner could simply vanish. Every new scrap of information triggered a wave of speculation, and every official statement seemed to raise more questions than it answered. Investigations were launched, documentaries produced, books written, forums flooded with theories. The public searched for answers, and the families of those lost clung to the hope that some piece of truth would break through the silence. In Malaysia, the government faced increasing criticism for its slow and inconsistent communication. Early press conferences were vague, sometimes contradictory. At one point, officials insisted the plane had turned back, only to walk the claim back days later. The international aviation community, while more cautious, struggled as well. No precedent existed for this kind of disappearance in the era of modern aviation. Even the black box locator technology had limitations. The batteries on the underwater locator beacons typically lasted about 30 days. When the first credible search in the southern Indian Ocean began in earnest, those beacons had likely gone silent weeks earlier. The search effort became a long-haul operation. Australia took the lead in coordinating the deep-sea sonar scans. Ships equipped with towed underwater vehicles slowly mapped the ocean floor, which in some areas was previously uncharted. The terrain was mountainous, jagged, and treacherous. In total, searchers combed over 120,000 square kilometers of seabed. They encountered volcanic ridges, massive undersea valleys, and cliffs rising several kilometers from the ocean floor. False leads appeared, including a sonar image of what some believed could be the wreckage. But each time, closer inspection brought disappointment. Year after year, governments continued to fund the mission, driven by both humanitarian concern and the need to find closure. In 2017, the Australian-led search officially ended, having found nothing but geological formations and deep-sea silence. That same year, a private company named Ocean Infinity offered to continue the search on a no-find, no-fee basis. They employed autonomous underwater vehicles, capable of scanning wider areas more efficiently. In 2018, Ocean Infinity's fleet searched an additional 112,000 square kilometers of ocean, again, with no result. The wreckage of MH370 remained hidden, and the world was forced to admit that one of the greatest mysteries in aviation might never be solved. For the families, time stood still. In Beijing, in Kuala Lumpur, in the homes and apartments of people across the world, the pain did not lessen. Wives and husbands woke up still hoping for news. Parents aged in waiting. Children grew up wondering why their mother or father never came back. The lack of closure created a unique form of torment, a loop of grieving with no definitive end. How does one move on when no one can say for certain what happened? Memorials were constructed. At the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, a wall of names marked those lost. A stone monument was erected in Australia, overlooking the Southern Ocean, the very waters believed to cradle the aircraft's remains. But these gestures, while meaningful, could not answer the central question: where is the plane? And then, more debris began to wash ashore. Over the course of several years, more than 30 pieces of debris suspected to be from MH370 were discovered. Most were found on the eastern shores of Africa, or nearby islands. Some had part numbers that matched the missing aircraft. Others were less conclusive, but bore damage consistent with high-speed water impact. The pattern of where these items were found aligned with models of how ocean currents would have carried wreckage from the presumed crash site. But even with this drift analysis, narrowing the location of the main wreckage proved nearly impossible. The southern Indian Ocean is a vast and chaotic place. Surface winds, subsurface eddies, and seasonal monsoons can scatter debris across thousands of miles. Investigators did manage to analyze several of the recovered parts. One piece, the flaperon found on Reunion Island, showed signs of fractures and barnacle growth. Some experts argued that the damage suggested the aircraft hit the water in a relatively controlled manner, perhaps indicating a pilot was still at the controls during the descent. Others disagreed, noting that water impact dynamics are unpredictable, and the condition of debris may not conclusively reveal the nature of the crash. The forensic ambiguity only intensified the debate. The question of whether MH370's final hours were the result of deliberate human action, technical failure, or a tragic convergence of both remains at the heart of the mystery. If someone in the cockpit had taken the plane off course intentionally, what was their motive? Zahari Ahmad Shah left no note, no manifesto, no evidence of political or personal grievance. Friends and family described him as calm and kind, though some reports suggested he had been emotionally distant in the weeks prior. His flight simulator, found in his home, had stored data showing simulated flights deep into the Indian Ocean, eerily similar to MH370's suspected route. But no one could say for certain if that indicated premeditation or was simply a curious pilot testing possibilities. The idea of a ghost flight, where a technical failure led to crew incapacitation and the aircraft flying on autopilot until fuel exhaustion, also remained plausible. Yet it didn't explain the initial turnback or the disabling of communication systems. The precision of those actions suggested intention. Still, the theory persisted. A sudden depressurization, a fire in the electronics bay, or even hypoxia affecting the crew, all could have left the plane drifting with no one conscious at the controls. As the official investigations concluded, the final report offered no definitive cause. It acknowledged the available evidence, including radar and satellite data, and reviewed all plausible scenarios. But in the end, the report closed with the quietest of conclusions. They did not know what had happened. Without the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder, both likely resting on the seafloor, any answer would be speculative. Despite the lack of closure, MH370 has permanently reshaped global aviation. Regulations were changed. Aircraft are now required to transmit more frequent position updates. Tracking systems have been upgraded. New international standards mandate that airliners broadcast their location every 15 minutes or more frequently in an emergency. These measures, though late, are designed to prevent any future plane from simply vanishing, and yet, for MH370, the silence remains. A silence that stretches across oceans, years and lives. It is a kind of silence that exists not because no one is speaking, but because the ocean is too deep and time too wide for the echoes to return. In the years since its disappearance, Flight MH370 has become more than just a tragic story. It has become a kind of cultural phenomenon, a cipher into which people pour their fears, their theories, and their yearning for answers. In a world that increasingly promises technological omniscience, how could we lose a plane in the 21st century? How could 239 people simply cease to exist, leaving behind no clear reason, no universally accepted explanation, no definitive end? Documentaries have tried to make sense of it. Investigative journalists have chased leads across continents, from cockpit data logs to military airspace routes to the edges of the ocean itself. Books and podcasts have offered competing narratives. Each time a new piece of debris is found, hope and grief rise in tandem. For some, every wave that returns a fragment of the aircraft is a small memorial, a confirmation that the ocean still remembers. For others, it is a cruel reminder that the rest of the wreckage is still out there, somewhere, invisible. Even today, the data from the Inmarsat satellite, the 7 digital pings that mapped the aircraft's likely path, remains both a gift and a limitation. Those arcs gave us a direction, but not a location. They offered the possibility of finality, but not the certainty. The calculations were based on untested methods, never before used in a real-world recovery mission of this kind. While experts have confidence in the science, the absence of physical confirmation has left the world suspended in a kind of cognitive dissonance. We believe we know where the plane went, but we still haven't found it. And what if we never do? What if the wreckage lies in one of the unmapped canyons at the bottom of the Indian Ocean, torn apart by impact, and buried beneath decades of silt? What if the black boxes were damaged on descent, or their signals too faint to reach the surface? Or perhaps, what if something truly unexpected happened, something that defies even our most advanced instruments and collective logic? This is where the realm of hard fact gives way to the surreal. Among the more outlandish but persistent theories is the idea that MH370 was intercepted mid-air, hijacked not by terrorists, but by a foreign government or military force seeking to protect, conceal, or eliminate someone on board. Proponents of this theory point to the flight manifest, to passengers with sensitive affiliations, to cargo that was never fully disclosed. These theories suggest the aircraft was redirected, landed, hidden, on a remote island, in a classified base like Diego Garcia. No evidence has ever emerged to support these ideas, and yet they endure. Because in the void left by uncertainty, people look for structure, even if it's borrowed from fiction. There are also those who believe the aircraft was the victim of an unprecedented technical event, a catastrophic failure so complete that it erased every trace of human activity aboard. Perhaps a cascading electrical fault disabled communication and navigation systems. Perhaps a fire filled the cockpit with smoke too quickly for the pilots to respond. But again, these remain theories, plausible, yes, but unverifiable. More than anything else, MH370 has come to represent the fragile illusion of control in modern life. For all our radar and GPS and satellite networks, for all our safety procedures and emergency response plans, we are still vulnerable to the vastness of nature. The ocean, with its pressures and currents and silence, remains one of the few places on Earth where disappearance is still possible. In a digital age that feeds on instant answers and real-time updates, the mystery of MH370 feels like a rupture in the order we expect. It is an analog wound in a digital world. The fact that no final chapter has been written is not just frustrating, it is haunting. The story ends, but it doesn't conclude. It trails off, unfinished, its last words drifting off like that final radio call, "Good night Malaysian 370. For the families, time is no balm. Each anniversary is a reopening. Each search expedition is a brief return of hope, followed by inevitable disappointment. In their homes, seats remain empty at dinner tables. Birthday candles are lit without the person they honor. Photographs hang on walls like frozen echoes of a life that was supposed to continue. Some families have found ways to cope, to build new lives around the hole left behind. Others remain in stasis, unable to move forward without the dignity of an answer. And so we are left with a question, not just what happened to MH370, but why it still captivates us. Perhaps because it speaks to something primal. We fear disappearance not only because it signifies death, but because it denies us the rituals of grieving. There is no body, no grave, no last words, just silence, just questions. MH370 forces us to confront the reality that some truths may remain buried. It is a reminder that the sea, for all its beauty and mystery, does not owe us revelations. It keeps what it takes. The ocean does not explain, and yet even now, searchers and scientists continue to study the data. A new analysis, a new current model, a new piece of wreckage, any of these might change the narrative. There are those who believe the wreckage will still be found. There are private initiatives willing to resume the search. The families continue to petition governments. Hope has not entirely drowned. For now though, MH370 remains not just an aviation enigma, but a kind of modern myth. It lives in memory, in ocean charts, in the eyes of those who still search. It exists in the lines of code from the satellite pings, in the twisted metal washed ashore, in the absence that echoes louder than any sound. It is a story with a beginning but no end. A flight that vanished into the clouds and fell, perhaps into eternity. The year was 1937, and the world was watching. Amelia Earhart, already a celebrated aviator and global icon, was preparing to make history once again. Her goal was bold: to become the first woman to fly around the globe along the equator, the longest route possible. It was a journey of over 29,000 miles, a feat of both endurance and precision. She had already broken records, won accolades, and captivated millions. But this journey would be different. It would test not just the limits of machinery and navigation, but the very boundaries of human ambition and the unpredictable power of the planet itself. She flew a twin-engine Lockheed Electra 10E, specially modified for the task. Its sleek metallic body gleamed with promise and defiance, a symbol of what flight had come to represent in the 1930s. The triumph of science over distance, of woman over stereotype, of courage over impossibility. Alongside her flew Fred Noonan, a skilled navigator and seasoned seaman, known for helping chart early trans-Pacific airline routes. The two made a formidable team: Earhart, the face of modern flight; Noonan, the quiet master of charts and stars. Their planned route would take them eastward, a journey across continents and oceans, from the Americas to Africa, Southeast Asia to the Pacific. By late June they had completed most of the journey, crossing the Atlantic, South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. All that remained was the Pacific. On July 2nd, they took off from Lae, in Papua New Guinea, on what was one of the most critical and treacherous legs of the journey, the flight to tiny Howland Island, a speck of land barely 6,500 feet long in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean. This segment was more than 2,500 miles of nothing but sea, a navigation test so delicate, even a slight miscalculation could spell doom. They lifted off at 10 a.m. local time. The weather was mostly favorable, though reports warned of intermittent cloud cover and potential headwinds. The U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca was stationed near Howland to assist with navigation and provide radio communication. What followed was one of the most enigmatic disappearances in modern history. Radio contact was sparse from the start. Earhart's transmissions were often faint, crackling with static. Messages came in scattered bursts, altitude readings, headings, vague position reports, but there were no confirmed two-way communications. Itasca tried repeatedly to respond, sending signals and instructions, but Earhart and Noonan never acknowledged them. The signals she sent became clearer as the flight progressed, suggesting she was nearing the island, but she reported difficulties in locating it. Her voice, though calm, grew tense. At one point she said, "We must be on you but cannot see you. Gas is running low." Moments later, "We are running north and south." And then, nothing. Those would be the final known words of Amelia Earhart. The plane never arrived. The ocean had consumed it without warning, without wreckage, without explanation. Despite an unprecedented search effort by the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, not a single confirmed piece of the aircraft was ever recovered. It was as though the Pacific had opened its arms and taken her whole. In the aftermath, the world was stunned. Newspapers ran headlines for weeks. Public prayers were held. Messages of hope poured in from every corner of the globe. Yet behind the collective grief loomed something deeper, a sense of disbelief that someone so accomplished, so public, could simply vanish. For decades, theories have swirled like storm currents. Some believed she ran out of fuel and ditched at sea, dying on impact or shortly thereafter. Others speculated she had veered off course and landed on a different island, perhaps surviving for days or weeks before succumbing to injury or starvation. A more elaborate theory suggested that she had been captured by Japanese forces, having mistakenly landed on an island under Japanese control. Proponents of this idea pointed to wartime secrecy, supposed eyewitness accounts, and blurry photographs as evidence. Others went further still, imagining a classified mission cloaked in the guise of a world record attempt, a theory claiming Earhart was spying on Japanese outposts for the US government. These ideas, while compelling to some, have never been substantiated by conclusive proof. What makes the Earhart case so enduring, even after nearly a century, is its perfect storm of mystery, fame, and unanswered questions. It occurred at a time when aviation was still young and dangerous, when flight was both romantic and terrifying. Earhart was more than just a pilot, she was a symbol of possibility. Her disappearance wasn't just a loss of life, it was a rupture in the narrative of progress. She had defied the odds, crossed oceans, broken records, and then the ocean took her in return. Modern technology has tried to solve the riddle. Expeditions have searched the seafloor near Howland Island. Remote vehicles have scanned hundreds of square miles. One organization, the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIRE, has led multiple missions to Nikomaro Island, hundreds of miles south of Howland, based on radio signal triangulation and anecdotal reports. There they found artifacts, a piece of metal, a shoe, remnants of a compact mirror. Were they Earhart's? No one can say for sure. Bones once discovered on the island, later lost, were said to match a woman of Earhart's height. DNA analysis was never completed. Meanwhile, sonar scans of the ocean around Howland have revealed nothing. The sea is too deep in places, the search area too vast, the wreckage, if it's there, perhaps too small or fragmented to detect. The Pacific is not a place of easy answers. In the decades following her disappearance, Amelia Earhart's legacy evolved from that of a daring aviator to something more enigmatic, a ghost of the sky, a symbol of unresolved fate. While the world moved on, her story lingered, unresolved in the back of the global consciousness. It was not just her fame or the novelty of the flight that kept people returning to her tale. It was the vastness of the ocean, the finality of her last words, and the chilling quiet that followed. Unlike a crash with wreckage or witnesses, hers was a flight that seemed to dissolve into the air and sink beneath the waves, leaving only questions behind. Government, determined to recover one of its most iconic figures, launched an extensive search effort immediately following the disappearance. The Navy dispatched the aircraft carrier U.S. Lexington, dozens of aircraft, and multiple support ships. Over 250,000 square miles of ocean were scanned. Every atoll and uninhabited island within range of the Electra's possible flight path was investigated. Ships combed the waters near Howland Island for days, hoping to find even the smallest trace, an oil slick, a piece of fuselage, something to mark the place where the plane had gone down. But the Pacific gave up nothing. As time passed and the search yielded no results, Earhart and Noonan were declared lost at sea. It was a verdict that satisfied official records, but not the public imagination. Over the years, more than a dozen different theories would surface, each with its own group of believers and skeptics, each offering some new angle on the most enduring aviation mystery in modern history. One of the most persistent theories is that Earhart and Noonan landed on Nikomaro, formerly known as Gardner Island. This theory suggests that after failing to locate Howland Island and running low on fuel, Earhart made an emergency landing on the flat coral reef of Nikomaro, which lay along her possible flight path. Supporters of this theory cite radio transmissions believed to have been made by Earhart in the hours and days following the disappearance. Several amateur radio operators claim to have heard distress calls coming from the Pacific, describing an emergency, a rough landing, and a damaged aircraft stuck on a reef. While many of these reports were dismissed at the time, later analysis by researchers suggested some of them may have been credible. TIRE, the organization leading expeditions to Nikomaro, believes the pair may have survived on the island for a time before succumbing to the harsh environment. The island is uninhabited, hot and dry, with limited food and no fresh water source. Over the course of multiple expeditions, TIRE researchers uncovered a variety of intriguing artifacts, parts of a 1930s era woman's shoe, a small jar of ointment, fragments of aircraft aluminum. Skeptics point out that none of these items are definitively linked to Earhart or her plane, but the accumulation of circumstantial evidence continues to stir debate. Another theory holds that Earhart's flight took her much farther off course, possibly northward, into Japanese-held territory in the Marshall Islands. This idea suggests that Earhart was forced to land on a military-controlled island and was subsequently captured by Japanese forces. Some variations go even further, alleging that she was executed as a spy or died in captivity. Proponents of this view cite post-war rumors, eyewitness accounts from islanders, and one particularly controversial photograph that some claimed showed Earhart and Noonan in Japanese custody. But photographic analysis later suggested the image predated her disappearance, weakening the theory's credibility. Others still believe that Earhart simply ran out of fuel and ditched in the open ocean, most likely within 100 miles of Howland Island. If the plane had broken apart on impact or sunk intact, it could lie at depths of 17,000 feet or more, making recovery virtually impossible with current technology. The ocean in this region is a brutal place, filled with deep trenches, shifting tectonic plates, and unpredictable currents. A plane at those depths would be nearly invisible, even to sophisticated sonar. The pressure alone would crush most materials, leaving only fragments scattered across the seafloor. If this is where she lies, then the ocean has sealed her fate beneath miles of cold, crushing silence. Adding to the mystery is the lack of firm navigational data from her final flight. While Noonan was an expert navigator, celestial navigation is deeply reliant on visibility, and reports from the time suggested overcast skies and radio malfunctions that could have hindered their ability to fix their position. The Electra's radio range was limited, and their antenna had suffered damage earlier in the trip. If their ability to communicate with Itasca was compromised, it would explain why they never responded to the Coast Guard's repeated calls, even as Earhart's own transmissions came in stronger and closer. It's possible they were hearing each other but couldn't talk back. Or it's possible they were simply drifting farther apart by the minute, losing precious time and fuel with every degree off course. But beyond all the theories, it's the personal story that continues to haunt the imagination. Amelia Earhart was not just an adventurer, she was a pioneer in every sense. She had crossed the Atlantic solo, spoken out for women's rights, and written passionately about the importance of dreaming beyond limitations. She was a global celebrity, but also intensely private, thoughtful and deliberate. Her disappearance was not just a loss for aviation, it was a loss of potential. She had planned to write a new book, to advocate for peace, to mentor the next generation of flyers. Fred Noonan, too, was more than just a name in the shadows. He was an expert in his field, a navigator who had helped lay the groundwork for Pan Am's Pacific routes, a man whose experience was matched only by his determination. Together they represented a spirit of adventure that the world needed during a time of uncertainty and change. Their vanishing wasn't just a headline, it was a rupture, a moment where the world was reminded that even the boldest, best prepared among us are not immune to the mysteries of the Earth. The Pacific Ocean, that endless mirror of the sky, had taken them somewhere no one could follow. The memory of Amelia Earhart lives on not only through speculation, but through the weight of the questions she left behind. Her face still appears in museums, documentaries, biographies, postage stamps. Her voice, clipped, confident, and clear, survives in old newsreels and broadcast interviews, echoing from a time when human flight still felt like a form of magic. She remains frozen in photographs, goggles perched on her forehead, leather jacket zipped to her neck, a half smile playing at her lips. An icon forged not just in achievement, but in absence. With every decade, the mythology around her has grown richer and the mystery more profound. She has become something beyond herself, a symbol of what can be accomplished and what can still go unanswered. Some have called her the ghost of modern aviation, not because she haunts us in the traditional sense, but because her story haunts the boundary between what we know and what we can only guess. The ocean, in its vast and quiet dignity, seems to honor her disappearance by keeping it perfectly, maddeningly intact. Nikumaro still draws researchers and adventurers. Every few years, a new expedition sets off with better technology, better sonar, better mapping tools. They search the reef and its underwater shelf. They scan the forest for remnants of human survival. Sometimes they find things: weathered buttons, riveted fragments of aluminum, bones from crabs' feeding grounds, but nothing that closes the case. Nothing that confirms with certainty that she was ever there. Elsewhere, historians dig into military archives, sifting through long declassified records in search of an overlooked mention, a radar anomaly, a crash report, a photo misfiled for 80 years. Private enthusiasts spend evenings modeling the Electra's fuel range, recalculating drift patterns based on seasonal currents, cross-referencing vintage weather logs. There's a certain obsessive grace to it all, thousands of minds, across generations, trying to piece together a story that ended in silence. What makes her disappearance feel even more poignant today is how close she was to finishing her journey. Howland Island was the next to last stop. After that, just one final flight to Hawaii, then a final hop back to California. She was within touching distance of completing the dream. She had survived the worst of it, the transcontinental legs, the technical glitches, the mechanical strain. She had seen so much of the world from above. All that remained was the last bridge across the Pacific, and home. But that final stretch was also the most perilous. It was a stretch over featureless water, where the margin for error was razor thin. Howland Island itself was no more than a thread in the ocean, a flat, narrow strip of land surrounded by reefs. Finding it required exact timing, perfect navigation, and clear communication. A single misreading of the sun, a missed bearing, a faulty transmission. It was enough to send the plane off course by miles. And once lost in that endless blue, the chances of reorientation were small. There were no visual references, no radar, no landmarks, just waves and sky. Some say it was the hubris of the mission, the ambition to do something no one had ever done, that led to tragedy. Others say it was simply bad luck, a convergence of technical limitations and human error. Either way, the outcome remains unchanged. A legendary pilot and her navigator vanished on one of the most remote stretches of Earth, never to be seen again. But perhaps the story persists not because it ended, but because it didn't. Earhart's legacy is that she defied definition. She was a woman who rewrote the rules of who could fly, of how far they could go, of what they could be. In a world that often sought to contain her, she flew beyond reach. That in itself was revolutionary. In a strange poetic way, her disappearance may have solidified her immortality. Had she completed the flight, she would have returned a hero. But in time she may have been remembered as just one of many aviators who achieved great things. Instead, her vanishing turned her into something else, an eternal question, a living symbol of mystery, exploration, and the thin veil between triumph and tragedy. To this day, when new aviators set off on difficult journeys, when satellites sweep over the Pacific, when historians revisit the records of her last flight, her name comes up with reverence, not simply because she was lost, but because she flew so far and so bravely before she was. What remains now are stories, echoes, fragments, and faith. Perhaps one day someone will find the final piece, a part number on a rusted beam, a cracked control panel buried in sand, a data plate inscribed with her call sign. Perhaps that moment will finally bring the truth back into the light, or perhaps it won't. Perhaps the ocean, in its unknowable vastness, has claimed this chapter forever. And maybe, just maybe, Amelia Earhart would not have minded that so much. Maybe she understood something about mystery that the rest of us have only begun to grasp, that the sky is not something to conquer, but something to join, that the sea is not our enemy, but our witness, that to disappear is not always to be lost, but sometimes simply to become legend. It was a routine training flight, one of hundreds conducted by the US Navy in the warm skies above Florida during the height of World War II. The date was December 5, 1945, and the war had already ended. The world was still recovering, soldiers returning home, nations rebuilding. But in the quiet coastal airspace off Fort Lauderdale, a different kind of mystery was about to unfold, one that would become a cornerstone of maritime legend, a foundational tale in what would later be called the Bermuda Triangle. The flight group, officially designated as Flight 19, was composed of 5 General Motors-built TBM Avenger torpedo bombers, tough, rugged planes designed for naval combat, with long wings and a crew of 3 per aircraft. The planes were piloted by experienced aviators and manned by trainees, most of whom had logged considerable flight hours. Their mission that day was simple, a 3-leg over-water navigation exercise that would take them east into the Atlantic, north over the Bahamas, and then back toward the Florida coast. The flight leader was Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor, a veteran pilot with several combat missions under his belt. By all accounts, Taylor was competent and confident, if slightly anxious about the day's weather, which was forecast to be fair but scattered with the possibility of showers. The entire flight was expected to last about 3 hours. Flight 19 took off at 2:10 p.m. from Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale. For nearly an hour, everything went smoothly. Radio checks came through clearly. The planes flew in formation, turning eastward over the ocean. They practiced bombing runs on a submerged target ship off the Florida coast, completing the first leg of the triangular route without issue. Then, around 3:40 p.m., things began to unravel. Radio transmissions from Flight 19 to the control tower suddenly turned confused. Taylor's voice, once calm and measured, now carried tension. He reported being unsure of his position, saying, "We seem to be off course. We cannot see land. Everything looks strange, even the ocean." Controllers on the ground tried to get a fix on his location, but the signals were inconsistent. Taylor believed he was over the Florida Keys, and mistakenly turned the group northeast, deeper into the Atlantic, believing he was heading back toward the mainland. In reality, he was steering them farther out to sea. As time passed, the transmissions grew more frantic. Taylor reported compass failures. Both of his plane's compasses, he claimed, were malfunctioning. His voice, overheard by multiple stations, was laced with doubt, confusion, and a dawning sense of fear. He directed his pilots to hold formation and conserve fuel. By now, weather conditions were deteriorating. Squalls formed, visibility dropped. The daylight began to fade. Ground control urged Taylor to fly west. Pilots from other flights, overhearing the distress, radioed in and pleaded with him to turn around. "If you fly west, you'll get home," one voice insisted. But Taylor hesitated. He questioned his instruments, his bearings, even his own judgment. At one point, he seemed ready to make the turn, only to change direction again minutes later. The last transmission received from the squadron was chilling. "All planes close up tight. We'll have to ditch unless landfall. When the first plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together." Then, silence. The Navy sprang into action immediately. Within hours, they launched a massive search and rescue operation involving over 300 aircraft and dozens of ships. They scoured the sea from Florida to the Bahamas, combing the suspected flight path, but no trace of the planes or their crews was ever found. Not a wing, not a life raft, not an oil slick. It was as if the squadron had simply flown into the sky and vanished. To make matters even stranger, a Martin PBM Mariner seaplane, sent out that same evening to assist in the search, also disappeared, exploding in mid-air, according to witnesses aboard a nearby tanker ship, killing all 13 crew members. Though the Mariner was known to be prone to fuel vapor leaks and wasn't considered the most stable aircraft, its loss added a spectral edge to the unfolding mystery. In the span of one day, 6 military planes and 27 men had vanished or died. The press quickly seized on the story, and soon Flight 19 became a national obsession. Official investigations at the time were inconclusive. The Navy's report originally blamed pilot error, but later amended the conclusion to cause unknown. This ambiguity only fueled the public's fascination. The idea that 5 aircraft could vanish in good weather, with trained pilots and functioning equipment, seemed impossible. And yet, that is precisely what happened. In the years that followed, theories emerged. Some were technical, suggesting navigational errors, compass malfunctions, or a series of bad decisions under pressure. Others turned to environmental factors, magnetic anomalies in the region, rapid shifts in weather, or disorienting cloud cover, causing spatial confusion. But the most lasting and provocative explanations were more exotic, that Flight 19 had entered a time warp, or a dimensional rift, or been abducted by extraterrestrials. These ideas, though unsupported by evidence, thrived in a culture eager for mystery and transcendence. Flight 19 became one of the keystones in the lore of the Bermuda Triangle, that loosely defined region between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, where ships and planes allegedly disappear under mysterious circumstances. Though many of the Triangle's cases have since been debunked or reinterpreted, Flight 19 remains its most enduring legend, a mystery not easily dismissed or explained away. Over the years, numerous attempts have been made to locate the wreckage of Flight 19. Technological advancements brought side-scan sonar, magnetometers, remotely operated underwater vehicles, and better charting of the ocean floor. Search teams combed areas once too deep or treacherous to access. At least 3 major expeditions were mounted between the 1980s and the early 2000s, each hoping to finally answer the question that had lingered since 1945: where did the 5 Avengers go? Several aircraft wrecks were discovered during these efforts, scattered across the seafloor off the coast of Florida. Some were TBM Avengers, their frames corroded and their identities difficult to determine. Initial excitement flared with each find. Perhaps this was Taylor's plane. or one of the others from Flight 19. But upon examination, serial numbers and mechanical details revealed that none of the discovered planes belonged to the missing squadron. They were other wartime losses, of which there were many, resting silently in the Atlantic's graveyard. This only deepened the intrigue. How could 5 large aircraft vanish without leaving so much as a floating panel or emergency flare? How could experienced pilots, even if confused, all fail to execute a simple turn west back toward Florida's coastline? And perhaps most hauntingly, how could all 5 planes run out of fuel, ditch in the sea, and leave behind not a single confirmed trace? In the decades following the incident, those questions gave rise to speculation that moved beyond the mechanical or navigational and into the metaphysical. The mystery fed into the broader narrative of the Bermuda Triangle, a phenomenon that would later include the disappearance of ships, civilian airliners, and even modern freighters. Writers like Charles Berlitz helped popularize the Triangle legend in the 1970s, framing Flight 19 as a casualty of supernatural forces, an invisible doorway, a magnetic portal, a wrinkle in time. In one widely cited but ultimately fictionalized account, Flight 19 was said to have flown into a fog of green light, vanishing into another dimension. This retelling was dramatized in movies, TV shows, and novels. Steven Spielberg even used the legend in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where the missing planes reappear in perfect condition, in a desert, untouched by time. These embellishments, though fanciful, stuck in the cultural consciousness. Flight 19 wasn't just a military loss anymore, it had become folklore. Back in the real world, pilots and aviation experts have tried to piece together a plausible explanation from the scattered data. One prevailing theory suggests that Lieutenant Taylor's belief that he was over the Florida Keys led to a fatal sequence of decisions. If Taylor thought he was too far south, his decision to turn northeast would have made sense. He would have been correcting course toward what he believed was mainland Florida. In reality, he was already east of the peninsula, and turning northeast sent the flight deeper into the Atlantic. This misjudgment, combined with compass failure or disorientation, could have caused him to ignore instructions to fly west, instructions that would have brought them home. Taylor's confidence in his own assessment may have influenced the others in the group to follow him without question. At the time, military flight protocol required squadron members to stay in formation and follow their leader unless explicitly ordered otherwise. Even if the junior pilots doubted Taylor's position, they were trained to trust the chain of command. As the flight stretched on, their fuel levels dropped, and the weather worsened. They found themselves in a dire situation, lost, exhausted, and flying blind. Some analysts believe the flight ultimately ran out of fuel and ditched in rough seas. Given the poor visibility and high waves, it's likely that any forced water landing would have been catastrophic. The TBM Avenger was not designed to float for long, and with no clear position, no flares seen, and night falling, the rescue planes would have had little chance of locating survivors, even if they'd gone down just a few dozen miles offshore. The ocean, in such circumstances, becomes an infinite shroud. Still, this rational explanation doesn't quiet the mystery. It's the complete absence of wreckage that keeps curiosity alive. Even during World War II, when planes disappeared by the thousands, Flight 19 stands out because of the scale of the loss and the simultaneous disappearance of the Mariner search plane. The notion that 2 separate flight crews could be lost in the same general area on the same day, without any surviving evidence, is statistically staggering. And then there's the strange behavior of the compasses. While magnetic anomalies are known to occur near certain geological formations, the waters off the Florida coast don't usually register strong enough disruptions to impact aviation-grade equipment. Taylor's report that both of his compasses were malfunctioning has puzzled investigators ever since. Some have suggested electromagnetic interference, but no conclusive source has ever been identified. Others point to possible human error, stress, fatigue, or misinterpretation under pressure as the true culprit behind the confusion. Yet this too feels unsatisfying to many. It's hard to accept that 5 planes and 14 men simply vanished because of one mistake and a bit of bad weather. Today, more than 75 years later, the sea has held its silence. Memorials to Flight 19 exist at the Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale, and the incident is taught in aviation history courses and naval training programs. But no matter how many maps are studied, no matter how many sonar sweeps are conducted, the final chapter remains unwritten. In the years following the loss of Flight 19, its place in naval records remained sparse, almost clinical. There were logs, debriefs, and transcripts of radio communications, but no definitive conclusion. The final report labeled the cause as unknown, a phrase that in bureaucratic language usually implies insufficient data. But to the public, that single word opened the floodgates to all kinds of speculation. It was an official acknowledgement that something had gone terribly wrong, and that no one, not even the Navy, could say with confidence what it was. Survivors from the families, parents, siblings, spouses, waited for news that never came. Some clung to hope for months, even years, imagining that their loved ones might be stranded on an uncharted island, perhaps living off rainwater and fish, waiting for a rescue that never arrived. Others quietly accepted what had likely occurred, that the planes went down, the men were lost to the waves, and the sea had taken them too quickly and too completely for anything to be saved. But the human mind doesn't let go of uncertainty easily. When a loss comes with no evidence, no remains, and no narrative closure, imagination takes over. In the case of Flight 19, the imagination of the world turned to the supernatural, the extraordinary, the impossible. In the decades that followed, countless books, magazine articles, and television specials featured the story. It was always told with the same eerie finality: 5 planes up, none came back. A rescue plane followed them into the mist, and it too was never seen again. A strange cloud, an invisible force, a wrinkle in the sky. The phrase Bermuda Triangle hadn't even been coined at the time of the incident, but when it emerged in the 1950s and 1960s, Flight 19 became its cornerstone case. Unlike other disappearances attributed to the region, this one involved military pilots flying in daylight, with coordinated communication and a precise mission plan. It wasn't a lone sailor lost at sea, or a merchant ship swallowed by a storm. It was an entire flight unit trained for wartime conditions, lost during peacetime, with no battle, no enemy, and no warning. If anything could disappear under those circumstances, then anything could disappear anywhere. Even today, Flight 19 stands out not just because of what was lost, but how it was lost. There were moments of contact, fragments of dialogue, slivers of insight. We know when the flight turned off course. We know what Taylor thought. We know he was confused, perhaps frightened. We know that someone on the ground told him to fly west, and that he hesitated. These details make the mystery more human, more real. It wasn't a sudden silent vanishing. It was a slow unraveling, minute by minute, choice by choice, as direction became uncertainty, and uncertainty became tragedy. In recent years, some have tried to reinterpret the story through a psychological lens. They suggest that Taylor, already emotionally fatigued and possibly unsettled by the memory of a previous mission in which he had gotten lost, may have doubted his position more deeply than was warranted. That doubt, in turn, could have spread to the rest of the group. Once the lead pilot is unsure, the rest are left with little guidance. Their trust in the system, in their training, and in their instruments begins to fray. Decisions become slower, options narrow, the sky becomes too big. Still, the mechanical explanations feel too tidy for some. The weather was rough, but not catastrophic. The planes were old, but not unreliable. There was no single critical failure, no fire, no explosion, just confusion, course changes, and then silence. It is that silence that refuses to settle. It lingers long after the flight path is drawn, long after the radio logs are transcribed, long after the last search ship returned to port. In 1991, 5 TBM Avengers were discovered in a cluster on the seafloor near Fort Lauderdale. Media coverage surged with excitement. Could these be the missing planes? But upon recovery, serial numbers confirmed they were not. The Flight 19 aircraft remained missing, their resting place unknown. Still, that find renewed interest in the mystery. It proved that planes could remain intact under the sea for decades, and that sonar could eventually uncover what the ocean hides. But it also reminded the world that not every find is a revelation. Sometimes, wreckage is just wreckage, and mystery remains mystery. There are still those who believe that Flight 19 will one day be found. Advances in deep-sea exploration, improved scanning technologies, and better underwater drones have made it more feasible than ever to search the ocean floor in detail. New expeditions are occasionally proposed, but the search area remains enormous, and the evidence scant. The path of the planes was erratic, the last known location vague, and the sea constantly shifting. And so for now, Flight 19 continues to drift not just through water but through time, existing somewhere between documented history and enduring legend. It is a symbol not only of loss, but of how the ocean can quietly erase even the most solid of machines and the most well-trained of men. Its legacy is not one of failure, but of unanswered questions, questions that echo every time another plane crosses over that same stretch of sea. Perhaps the greatest power of Flight 19 is not in what happened to it, but in what it represents, the idea that even in an age of maps and metal and measurement, the unknown still exists. That 5 planes can still disappear. That silence, when stretched far enough over water, begins to sound like a story waiting to be told. The cold winds of January 1948 swept across the Atlantic, chasing shadows across the skies between Europe and the Americas. It was a new year, a post-war world just beginning to settle into the rhythms of peace, and air travel was becoming more common, if still exotic, still slightly dangerous. Commercial aviation was in its early golden age, promising new frontiers, global reach, and a shrinking world. But amid the optimism, one flight vanished into nothingness, leaving behind a chilling vacuum of certainty. Its name was Star Tiger, and its disappearance remains one of the earliest and most enduring mysteries of transatlantic flight. The aircraft was an Avro Tudor 4, a large pressurized airliner operated by British South American Airways. It was named Star Tiger, part of a fleet whose planes bore celestial titles: Star Ariel, Star Dust, Star Lion. These names, poetic and proud, masked the very real limitations of post-war aviation: erratic weather forecasting, limited communication tools, and aircraft designs adapted from wartime bombers, rather than built for peace. On January 28, 1948, Star Tiger departed Lisbon for Santa Maria in the Azores, with 25 people aboard, 6 crew members and 19 passengers. Most of the travelers were British, including military personnel, civilians, and a few government officials. One notable passenger was Air Marshal Sir Arthur Conyngham, a decorated RAF veteran of both World Wars, traveling to Bermuda. They were bound for Kindley Field in Bermuda, with a scheduled stop in the Azores to refuel before continuing across the western Atlantic. The first leg went smoothly, and by January 29, Star Tiger was prepared for the next stage of its journey. The weather wasn't ideal. A low-pressure system hovered between the Azores and Bermuda, bringing winds, scattered storms and low visibility. But Captain Brian W. McMillan, a seasoned pilot, assessed the risk and made the decision to continue. He was cautious, opting to fly lower than usual, around 2,000 meters, to avoid turbulence. It would mean less fuel efficiency, but greater comfort and control. At 3:34 p.m. local time, Star Tiger lifted off from Santa Maria, heading west into the open ocean. Another aircraft, a U.S. Air Force B-17 Flying Fortress, departed not long after on the same route and remained in loose radio contact. Throughout the evening, the crew of Star Tiger transmitted standard position reports. Their altitude, speed and bearings were all logged. Nothing was amiss. As night deepened, the B-17 lost visual contact, but continued to hear occasional radio messages. At around 1:26 a.m. on January 30th, the last known transmission from Star Tiger was received. It was a routine position update, placing them around 300 miles short of Bermuda. Then, nothing. The aircraft never arrived. There were no distress calls, no warnings, no emergency beacons. The silence was sudden and absolute. By morning, when it was clear that the plane was overdue, the US Navy and British authorities began a coordinated search. Planes flew over thousands of square miles of ocean. Ships scanned the waves for debris. But despite a search that lasted for days, nothing was ever found. No bodies, no luggage, no oil slick, not even a floating cushion. The aircraft had seemingly dissolved into the Atlantic. The investigation into the disappearance was complicated by the lack of evidence. In the absence of wreckage, there could be no forensic analysis, no mechanical inspection, no timeline reconstructed from flight data. There were no black boxes in 1948. No cockpit voice recorders, no satellite tracking. Investigators relied entirely on radio logs, weather reports, and the last known flight data. They considered every possibility: fuel exhaustion, engine failure, navigational error, even structural failure, due to turbulence or icing. But nothing made perfect sense. The aircraft had been flying within range of Bermuda. The weather, while not ideal, was not catastrophic, and no sign of an emergency had ever come through. One theory suggested that a sudden failure, perhaps electrical, had caused the plane to drop from the sky without warning. But even in such a case, a debris field or bodies might have been expected to appear in the following days. Another theory posited that the plane might have run out of fuel due to miscalculations or unexpected headwinds. But again, the flight crew had made no mention of fuel concerns in any of their transmissions. They had seemed calm and in control. Others suggested that the aircraft may have descended gradually into the sea due to mechanical problems, and in doing so, may have hit the water in such a way that it sank quickly and cleanly, without leaving debris behind. It was a plausible idea, but still unconfirmed. In its official report, the British Civil Aviation Authority concluded that the aircraft was lost without trace, and that the cause of the disappearance was unknown. The report noted that Star Tiger had been flying a lower than usual altitude, which left less margin for error in case of trouble, especially in poor visibility. But it could not establish any direct cause for the disappearance. There had been no evidence of sabotage, no record of malfunction, and no evidence that the crew had made any critical mistakes. And so, like a ripple erased by wind, Star Tiger passed from the world. It became a story told in the same breath as Flight 19 and other early ocean flight vanishings, a tale marked not by what was known, but by what was not. In the wake of Star Tiger's disappearance, public interest in transatlantic flight wavered slightly, though commercial aviation was still in its infancy and carried with it a measure of accepted risk. What truly made this case extraordinary wasn't just the loss itself, but the nature of that loss. Clean, immediate, and without a single echo to chase. No emergency flare, no waterlogged wreckage, no survivors clinging to rafts. It was as if the Atlantic had reached up and swallowed the plane in a single breath. As days turned into weeks, the search scaled back, reluctantly conceding to the futility of combing endless ocean without a specific target. And as the sea rolled on, the Star Tiger's absence left a vacuum not just in official records but in the minds of the public. It wasn't long before speculation began to fill that space. Among the early ideas was the concept of a catastrophic electrical failure. At such low altitude, an unexpected storm cell, loss of navigation instruments, or total power outage could have left the plane helpless over open water. The crew might not have had time to send a distress call. In turbulent conditions, and without light, they could have descended too rapidly, impacting the ocean in near-total darkness. The calm final radio transmission may have masked a rapidly deteriorating situation just moments from collapse. But these are only theories. The truth remains maddeningly elusive, especially because of what happened the following year. In January of 1949, almost exactly 1 year after the disappearance of Star Tiger, another Avro Tudor IV aircraft vanished under eerily similar circumstances. This plane was called Star Ariel, and it too was operated by British South American Airways. It too was flying to Bermuda, and it too disappeared without a trace. Star Ariel departed from Kindly Field, Bermuda, bound for Kingston, Jamaica. It was a clear day. Weather conditions were near perfect. The aircraft sent several routine position reports, each one calm and without concern. Then silence. There was no distress call, no indication of trouble. Just like its predecessor, the Star Ariel ceased to exist. Once again, an extensive search found nothing. The similarities between the two disappearances were striking. Same aircraft model, same airline, nearly identical flight routes, and no wreckage ever found. The close timing and nearly mirrored conditions led many to speculate that the aircraft shared a design flaw, perhaps a systemic issue that caused sudden decompression or catastrophic failure under certain conditions. But investigations into the Tudor aircraft found no single repeatable problem that could explain both disappearances. The coincidence was disturbing. Two planes of the same model, operated by the same airline, both lost over the Atlantic within a year, each time leaving no clues behind. The incidents cast a long shadow over British South American Airways, and though the airline continued operations for a short time afterward, its losses and legacy buried beneath the tide of post-war commercial aviation growth. In the years that followed, the disappearances of the Star Tiger and Star Ariel became foundational to the growing mythology of the Bermuda Triangle. Though the term itself had not yet been coined, Journalists and writers looking back on the events of the 1940s found in these two vanishings the perfect blend of fact and mystery. Here were trained crews, large aircraft, calm weather, and precise flight paths gone, simply gone. It's important to note that these vanishings happened well before the development of modern satellite navigation, radar coverage over oceanic routes, and the emergency locator transmitters (LTs) now standard in aircraft worldwide. In 1948 and 1949, planes were tracked via manual position reporting and radio signal triangulation. If a transmission was missed or garbled, if a heading was miscommunicated or coordinates misunderstood, search efforts were often misdirected by hundreds of miles. And the Atlantic, with its shifting currents and vast empty horizons, is a poor partner in recovery. Some researchers believe that both aircraft likely succumbed to a confluence of minor problems, a navigational error here, a mechanical fault there, none of which, alone, would have doomed the aircraft, but together created an unrecoverable situation. Others still hold fast to the idea of a more sinister explanation. Some blame sabotage, pointing to political tensions in the post-war era or internal strife within the airline itself. Others suggest weather anomalies, like microbursts or invisible downdrafts, that may have pulled the aircraft dead-on violently, too fast for the crew to react. A few turn toward more speculative answers: magnetic interference, dimensional anomalies, even alien abduction. It is easy to understand why these explanations gain traction. The disappearances fit a pattern not only of loss but of silence. No distress, no debris, just absence. The kind of absence that invites storytelling. Even modern aviation experts, while often skeptical of paranormal theories, admit that the twin vanishings of the Star Tiger and Star Ariel are deeply unusual. There is something unsettling about aircraft going missing in good weather, under professional crews, with no mechanical red flags and no forewarning. There is something about the neatness of their final moments, the final message, the vanishing blip, that feels too clean, too quiet. And through it all, Bermuda remains, an island both real and symbolic, surrounded by deep ocean and deeper questions. Its waters have seen generations of ships and planes come and go, most without incident. But some seem to pause just before arrival, as if caught in a different kind of current. Time has a way of softening the edges of even the most haunting stories, but in the case of Star Tiger, the silence remains as sharp as ever. Decades have passed, and while the world of aviation has changed beyond recognition, with satellites tracking planes from liftoff to landing, with real-time cockpit monitoring, and with global radar surveillance, what happened to Star Tiger in 1948 remains no clearer now than it was in those first hours after it failed to arrive in Bermuda. The names of the passengers and crew, once printed in headlines and telegrams, now live mostly in archives and on quiet memorials. Air Marshal Sir Arthur Conyngham, a hero of wartime strategy, faded not into a final chapter of post-war service, but into speculation and obscurity. His disappearance was not just a personal tragedy, but a national curiosity. How could a man who had orchestrated aerial campaigns across continents simply vanish en route to a tropical island? And what of the other passengers? Their stories were quieter, their purposes more ordinary. Engineers, travelers, business people, but no less significant to those waiting for them at the other end. Families waited at the airfield, officials scanned the skies, and then they waited longer, and then they went home, and the next day, the headlines changed. There is something uniquely chilling about an aircraft that simply fails to arrive. Something unfinished, something hanging in the air like an unanswered question. We expect accidents to leave scars, crumpled metal, broken trees, oil on the water. But when those scars are missing, when even the ocean offers no echo, the imagination must supply the rest. In the absence of fact, many have turned to patterns. Some researchers have pointed out that the flight route of the Star Tiger, from the Azores to Bermuda, passes through a region known for unpredictable weather, rapidly forming storms, and magnetic irregularities. The ocean in that corridor is particularly deep, with trenches and currents capable of carrying wreckage for miles before submerging it permanently. Others point to the design of the Avro Tudor IV itself, modified from a wartime Lancaster bomber and rushed into service after the war, with concerns about structural integrity and a lack of pressurization redundancies. Still, nothing has been proven. Even in official reports, The language used reflects the discomfort of certainty without clarity. The British investigation concluded that the Star Tiger was lost without trace, and that the cause was unknown. It was not a comforting conclusion. No blame, no closure, just a quiet acknowledgement that in some cases, the sea keeps its secrets. Today, the wreck of Star Tiger is still out there, somewhere beneath thousands of feet of Atlantic water scattered across a slope, or buried beneath layers of sediment. If it could be found, it might still hold answers. Even after all this time, the black boxes of modern aircraft have been recovered in worse conditions, and the ocean has preserved fragments of ships and planes far older. But no mission to locate the Star Tiger has succeeded, and as decades pass, the odds of discovery shrink. And yet, the idea of finding it still matters, not just for the sake of aviation history or scientific closure, but for the deeper human desire to understand our limits, to know where the edge of our control ends and the unknown begins. The disappearance of the Star Tiger reminds us that the sky, for all our conquest of it, still opens into places we do not fully comprehend. That above the waves, amid the clouds, there are still pockets of uncertainty where even the most powerful engines and careful pilots can be undone by something as invisible as time or air or fate. In the grand catalogue of aerial mysteries, Star Tiger remains a strange and solemn entry, not the most famous, not the most controversial, but among the most enduring. Its legacy lives on not through revelation, but through the quiet persistence of its questions. What happened in those final minutes? Did the engines fail? Did the storm swell higher than expected? Was it sabotage? Did the crew realize what was happening? Or did the night take them without warning? There are no answers. Only the image of a silver aircraft trailing a line of quiet across the Atlantic night, radioing one last time, and then falling silent forever. In the world we live in today, a world mapped and measured, lit by screens and signals, that kind of disappearance seems impossible. But perhaps that's why it still captures us. Because for all our technology and certainty, the sky is still big enough for a plane to vanish, and the ocean is still deep enough for that story to never return. 1 year after the disappearance of the Star Tiger, the skies above the Atlantic were once again quiet, crisp, and seemingly calm. It was January 17, 1949, and another British South American Airways aircraft, this one called the Star Ariel, was scheduled to make a routine flight from Bermuda to Kingston, Jamaica. Its name echoed its predecessor, a sister ship, both in name and design, and for a moment, it seemed like this journey would pass without remark, just another post-war passenger flight on a clear winter morning. But what would follow would not only mirror the mystery of the Star Tiger, it would deepen it, cementing an eerie coincidence that has haunted oceanic aviation ever since. The Star Ariel was an Avro Tudor IV, the same model as the ill-fated Star Tiger. It was a sleek mid-century aircraft, adapted from a bomber frame into a passenger airliner, representing Britain's transition from wartime technology to peacetime purpose. Though it never enjoyed the reliability or reputation of its American counterparts, the Tudor IV was seen as a symbol of ambition. Larger, pressurized, and designed for transatlantic journeys, it was an aircraft meant to usher in a new era of civil aviation, one in which the ocean was no longer a barrier but a corridor. On that January day, Captain John Clutha McPhee, a seasoned pilot with extensive experience in transoceanic flying, led the flight. The aircraft carried 7 crew members and 20 passengers, many of whom were British nationals heading toward the Caribbean, either for business, government service, or personal affairs. The weather conditions were by all accounts perfect. A high-pressure system held the skies stable. There were no storms on the radar, no turbulence forecasted. Visibility stretched for miles in all directions. It was in fact one of the clearest days that pilots in the area had reported in weeks. The Star Ariel departed Kindly Field, Bermuda, at 8:41 a.m. local time. Radio communication with air traffic control was smooth and consistent. Captain McPhee reported his altitude, route, and intentions in a series of short professional transmissions. He informed controllers that he was maintaining an altitude of 18,000 feet, higher than what had been flown by Star Tiger, likely a precautionary measure to avoid potential atmospheric disturbances. McPhee stated he expected to maintain this cruising altitude for the duration of the flight, unless conditions required otherwise. At 9:32 a.m., approximately 50 minutes into the flight, the captain sent another routine position report. He indicated that the aircraft had passed the halfway point between Bermuda and Jamaica, and that everything was proceeding normally. No issues with the engines, no irregularities with navigation, no weather concerns. That message would be the last anyone would ever hear from the star Ariel. Shortly after the 9:32 transmission, all contact ceased. Ground stations attempted to reach the aircraft at its next scheduled check-in time. There was no response. Attempts were repeated. Other aircraft in the region were asked to relay communications. Nothing. By 10:30 a.m., air traffic controllers began to suspect something had gone very wrong. The aircraft, scheduled to arrive in Kingston by midday, never arrived. The response was swift. The British government, still shaken from the Star Tiger disaster, mobilized naval and aerial assets almost immediately. The Royal Navy and US Navy deployed ships to search the suspected flight path. Aircraft carriers, patrol planes, and Coast Guard vessels fanned out across the sea. For days they searched the stretch of ocean between Bermuda and Jamaica, an area of over 150,000 square miles. But once again, the result was the same. Nothing. No debris, no oil, no bodies, no life vests, no emergency beacons, no radio echoes. It was as if the aircraft had never existed. The investigation that followed was conducted under immense pressure. The idea that two Avro Tudor 4 aircraft could vanish in the same region, with no apparent weather issues and no distress calls, was unfathomable to many in the aviation world. The Air Ministry began a full review of British South American Airways operations. Maintenance logs were pored over, crew assignments were analysed, every available radio transcript was reviewed, meteorological data was rechecked. No explanation was found. The official report concluded that the aircraft was lost without trace and the cause of the disappearance was completely unknown. That was all they could say. There were no mechanical faults known prior to departure. The aircraft had been inspected. The crew had shown no signs of distress. The weather was calm. The radio had functioned clearly. Everything about the flight had appeared routine, until it wasn't. In the absence of evidence, theories emerged. Some were practical. A sudden structural failure at altitude, perhaps due to undetected fatigue in the airframe. A decompression event that incapacitated the crew and sent the aircraft drifting off course, or a fire in the electronics bay that disabled communications and caused a crash before a signal could be sent. Others were more speculative. Mid-air collision with an unreported military aircraft, sabotage, or perhaps electromagnetic interference that disrupted all systems and left the plane defenseless. Then there were the wilder theories, those that linked Star Ariel to Star Tiger, and both to the broader lore of the Bermuda Triangle, a phrase which would not become mainstream until nearly 2 decades later, but whose roots were quietly being laid in these very events. The pattern was too precise, too clean, too symmetrical. Same airline, same aircraft model, same time of year, same region, same outcome, gone. No trace. What made it more disturbing was the contrast between the conditions. Star Tiger had flown into a region of unsettled air, with storms and turbulence complicating the route. In contrast, Star Ariel had taken off into one of the clearest days on record. This ruled out weather as a unifying cause. If one flight disappeared in storms and another in calm skies, then what was the common thread? British South American Airways came under increasing scrutiny. Critics questioned whether the Tudor aircraft were airworthy. The Tudor 4, after all, had been a wartime design repurposed for civilian travel. Its track record was mixed. Pilots had previously reported concerns about visibility from the cockpit and the reliability of its pressurization systems. There were questions about its ability to withstand long-duration flights over water, and now 2 of them had simply disappeared without a sound. In the months that followed the loss of the Star Ariel, British South American Airways, BSAA, was forced into a defensive posture. Hawes vanished planes in 12 months. Both Avro Tudor 4s, both lost over water with no distress calls, had done serious damage to the airline's reputation. Though the Tudor had been designed with great promise, the losses now seemed to expose something fragile at the heart of that optimism. Passengers began to cancel bookings. Confidence in the model faltered. Questions were raised in Parliament, and aviation oversight bodies were pressed to explain how 2 disappearances so eerily similar could occur without any physical explanation. The mounting pressure eventually led to BSAA being merged into the British Overseas Airways Corporation (BOAC), a consolidation that was perhaps inevitable but hastened by public unease. The Avro Tudor fleet was slowly retired from international service, quietly phased out in favor of more reliable aircraft with better operational histories. Within a few years, the model had largely vanished from commercial runways, its legacy overshadowed by the mysteries attached to its name. But the mystery of the star Ariel persisted. In the absence of evidence, even the most rational minds began to feel the pull of speculation. Investigators turned again to radio communication. They studied the logs, looking for any clue, however slight, that might hint at what occurred in those final minutes after the last contact. One theory held that the aircraft might have experienced a sudden loss of pressurization. At 18,000 feet, without supplemental oxygen or a sealed cabin, unconsciousness could have overtaken both crew and passengers in minutes. In such a scenario, the aircraft might have drifted on autopilot until running out of fuel and descending into the sea far off course. But this theory failed to explain why there had been no indication of trouble in McPhee's last transmission, no signs of confusion or emergency. Others speculated about fire. An onboard electrical fire, for example, might have knocked out communications and filled the cabin with smoke, disabling the crew before any distress signal could be sent. A fire in the cargo hold could have spread too rapidly to react. But if such a fire occurred, it would likely have left debris scattered across the ocean, some of which might have floated long enough to be discovered by search parties. No such debris was ever found. Still others pointed to mechanical failure. A sudden structural break caused by material fatigue or design weakness might have sent the aircraft plummeting into the ocean at high speed. The force of such an impact could have shattered the aircraft, sending it to the seafloor in fragments too small to be easily located. It was plausible. But again, it was only theory. One of the more widely discussed and more disturbing possibilities involved sabotage. The post-war period had been marked by a number of intelligence operations, shifting alliances and hidden agendas. Some whispered that someone aboard the flight was targeted, that the aircraft had been brought down deliberately. But this theory quickly withered in the face of lacking motive, lacking suspects, and lacking evidence. Eventually, the speculation turned outward, toward the ocean itself. The stretch of sky between Bermuda and the Caribbean had already begun to collect stories. A freighter that lost power unexpectedly. A patrol plane that saw lights descending into the sea. A pleasure craft that disappeared from radar without a single emergency call. Flight 19, the Star Tiger, and now Star Ariel. Though all these incidents had occurred under very different circumstances, they shared one unifying characteristic: the ocean never gave them back. By the 1960s, writers and journalists began to stitch these stories together into what would become known as the Bermuda Triangle, a triangular swath of ocean bounded by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. This region, they claimed, was a place of strange electromagnetic fields, compass interference, sudden fog banks, and perhaps even unknown forces of time and space. Though scientists have consistently dismissed these claims, pointing instead to weather, human error, and maritime misfortune, the idea took hold in the popular imagination. Star Ariel, with its clean conditions and sudden silence, became a cornerstone of that mythology. Even as the legend grew, the real people aboard the aircraft faded into the background. Names became numbers, lives became part of a pattern. But the tragedy was no less real. 27 individuals disappeared that day: pilots, radio operators, stewards, travelers. Their families received no answers. Only a notification, an empty seat, a silence that never broke. No grave, no wreckage. Only a name on a list and a question with no ending. Over the decades, various expeditions have attempted to locate the remains of the Star Ariel. Theories placing the wreck far south of its intended path have been tested with sonar mapping, but no aircraft has ever been confirmed. Underwater search technology has advanced significantly since the 1940s, but the ocean is still too vast, too deep, too opaque in some places. The pressure at those depths crushes even the most resilient materials, and the seabed constantly shifts with the movement of silt and currents. Yet the idea of finding the plane persists. Each new sonar sweep, each advancement in remote submersible design, carries with it the hope that maybe, just maybe, a piece of fuselage, a wheel well, a wing fragment, might surface and finally point to the truth. Because if the star Ariel can be found, maybe the star Tiger can too, and with them, maybe the very idea of vanishing without a trace can be laid to rest. Until then, all that remains is the record, a flight that took off into calm skies, reported normal progress, and then vanished. A captain who gave no hint of trouble. A day remembered for its beauty and its loss. And a question that has echoed ever since: how can a plane simply disappear? With no physical remains, no black boxes, and no voice recordings, the disappearance of the star Ariel remains a case built entirely on the last known facts and a surrounding void. All we know is that an aircraft left the runway on a clear January morning in Bermuda, climbed to its assigned cruising altitude, transmitted a position report confirming smooth flight, and then fell silent forever. That void has never been filled, and in the absence of explanation, the story has only grown larger. What distinguishes the star Ariel from many other missing flights is just how normal everything appeared in the moments before it vanished. There was no inclement weather, no indication of pilot error, no malfunction reported. Unlike other aircraft lost in storms or during takeoff or landing, the star Ariel disappeared during cruise, what is statistically the safest phase of flight. Captain McPhee was seasoned and respected. The aircraft had passed all mechanical checks, no passengers reported concerns. In every measurable way, it should have been a routine leg of travel. This unsettling normality is part of what fuels the aura around the event. In aviation, disasters often leave trails, bits of warning, fragments of clues, patterns that eventually tell a story. The star Ariel left nothing, and perhaps worse, it left a precedent. That two planes nearly identical, flown by the same airline, lost in the same region under similar conditions, could simply vanish, felt more than coincidental. It felt like a flaw in the logic of modernity, like something else had taken them. Some theorists and aviation historians have considered whether both the star Tiger and star Ariel suffered from a common mechanical defect that could explain their disappearances. Critics have pointed to potential structural weaknesses in the Tudor fourth airframe. The aircraft was an adaptation of a bomber, not originally designed for long-range civilian flights over water. Modifications to accommodate passengers may have compromised the aircraft's balance or center of gravity, but no consistent mechanical issue was ever identified in other operational Tudors, and no recovered aircraft ever revealed a definitive flaw. Others believe the problem may not have been with the aircraft at all, but with navigation. The early post-war years saw a mix of old and new in aviation technology. Crews were often using celestial navigation, radio bearings, and visual landmarks in a time before GPS or modern radar coverage. It's possible that an unnoticed drift, a failed position fix, or even a miscalculated wind correction might have carried the star Ariel miles off course, out of radio range and into unsearchable territory. But even then, the ocean should have yielded something. A floating panel, a body, a trace of oil. Instead, there was nothing. In the decades since the accident, the star Ariel has become a case study in loss, one that still resonates with pilots, engineers, and travelers alike. It appears in training material as a reminder of how quickly and completely communication can fail. It appears in popular media as part of the Bermuda Triangle legend, and it appears in memorials, still visited by descendants of those who were lost, as a story that feels somehow both historical and personal. Among those who remember are the families of the passengers and crew, children who never saw their fathers return, wives who waited for telegrams, friends who read the headlines in stunned silence. For them, the disappearance wasn't about myths or triangles, it was about real people who didn't come home. Every new expedition that sets out in search of the wreckage brings with it a wave of hope and a shadow of grief. Hope that this time, something might be found. Grief that the silence might stretch on forever. And then there is the sea. The Atlantic, with its shifting tides and deep trenches, has always been more than just a backdrop to this mystery. It is a character in the story, a presence as constant as it is unknowable. Its surface may appear calm, even inviting, but beneath lies a world of cold, crushing darkness where few human eyes have ever looked. The Bermuda region in particular holds depths that drop off suddenly, with trenches that plunge several miles below the surface. The seafloor here is rugged, complex, and shrouded in moving currents. Even modern sonar mapping struggles to resolve some of its contours. If the star Ariel lies there, it may be intact, it may be scattered. It may have been pulled into an underwater crevasse and buried beneath years of silt and marine snow. It may never be found, or it may one day rise to the surface of our awareness, not by accident, but by renewed effort, by a future search equipped with tools better than any we have today. Until then, it remains part of the deep. Perhaps what draws us back to stories like the star Ariels is the contradiction they reveal. That we can build machines that defy gravity, cross oceans and shrink the world, and yet still lose them so completely. That we can develop systems of communication and navigation that span the globe, and yet still find places where silence reigns. That we can have every reason to believe we are in control, and still face the one element that reminds us we are not. The star Ariel is more than just an incident. It is a boundary line, a point where certainty fades and mystery begins, where the known and the unknown touch, where a smooth flight on a perfect morning becomes something that cannot be explained, only remembered. And so it is remembered, not as a failure of technology, or of a man, or of a machine, but as a moment when the world reminded us that even in daylight, even in calm skies, the edge of the map still exists. By the winter of 1944, as the Second World War neared its end, a different kind of legend was taking shape, not on the battlefield, but in the realm of music. Glenn Miller, the world-famous American bandleader, had become more than just an icon of swing and big band jazz. He was the heartbeat of a generation, the voice of a nation at war. His music echoed across dance halls and mess tents, over radio waves and through open hangars. Moonlight Serenade, In the Mood, Chattanooga Choo Choo. His songs were not just hits, they were morale lifelines, golden threads binding soldiers and sweethearts across oceans. But on December 15, 1944, that voice went silent. On that cold, grey day, Glenn Miller boarded a UC-64 Norseman, a small single-engine military transport aircraft, for a short flight from the UK to Paris. At the time, Paris had just been liberated from Nazi occupation, and Miller was preparing to lead his newly reassembled Army Air Forces Band in a celebratory series of performances for Allied troops stationed across France. It was to be a moment of triumph, a cultural victory to match the military ones. Instead, it became a mystery, one that has remained unsolved for nearly 80 years. The flight was scheduled to depart from RAF Twinwood Farm, a quiet airstrip in Bedfordshire. The pilot, Flight Officer John R. Morgan, was an experienced flyer. Also aboard was Lieutenant Colonel Norman Bassel, another U.S. Army officer. There were just 3 people in total. The Norseman was chosen for its versatility, but it had one significant vulnerability. It was not equipped with de-icing gear. On that day, the weather over the English Channel was cold and worsening. Fog rolled low across the ground. High sea winds snaked over the sea. Other scheduled flights were cancelled due to the poor visibility and risk of icing, but Miller's flight proceeded. It lifted off into the grey sky sometime between 1:45 and 2 p.m., bound for Paris-Le Bourget Airport. The aircraft was never seen again. When the flight failed to arrive, military officials waited, assuming a delay, a forced landing, or a detour, but hours passed with no word. There had been no radio distress signal, no sighting of a crash, and no evidence that the plane had made landfall. Search efforts began, though limited by wartime priorities and resources. And very quickly, the flight and the man who had uplifted millions was declared missing. Glenn Miller's disappearance was not just a personal tragedy, it was a seismic cultural shock. The news spread rapidly, first among the troops and then to the public. At first there was hope that he had crash-landed somewhere remote, or been rescued by civilians. That he would turn up with another one of his trademark grins, and a story to tell. But that hope faded. Days turned into weeks, and no trace of the plane, the pilot or the passengers was ever found. From the beginning, theories emerged. The most accepted explanation pointed to weather-related icing. The Norseman's engine and wings, exposed to freezing moisture in the thick channel fog, may have accumulated enough ice to stall or bring down the aircraft. Without de-icing equipment or radio contact, the plane could have entered an unrecoverable spin and plunged into the sea, disappearing beneath the frigid waves without a trace. But the English Channel, though perilous, is not the vast wild ocean. It is well-trafficked, relatively shallow, and historically crowded with fishing boats, military vessels, and shipping routes. The absence of wreckage, no oil slick, no floating debris, no bodies, puzzled many. This vacuum of hard fact opened the door to speculation, some of it credible, some less so. One early theory suggested that the plane had been the victim of friendly fire. According to some sources, a group of Allied bombers returning from a mission may have jettisoned unused bombs over the channel, unaware of the Norsemen's presence below. If Miller's flight had been passing under such a formation, it could have been struck and destroyed mid-air. No pilot would have seen it. No black box existed to record it. That theory of friendly fire from returning bombers gained traction in the decades after the war, especially following revelations from eyewitness accounts and unofficial flight logs. A former navigator claimed years later that his squadron had dropped a payload of unused bombs into the channel due to a recall order from command. The aircraft, loaded and returning low on fuel, needed to reduce weight quickly. In interviews, he described seeing a small plane in the vicinity just as the bombs were jettisoned, vanishing into the mist almost immediately after. Could it have been Miller's Norseman? The timeline fit. The location made sense, but the absence of any recovered debris or confirmation left the theory suspended in air, like so many others. Another, darker hypothesis emerged from the undercurrent of wartime intelligence circles. This theory proposed that Miller, far from being simply a musical envoy, had become entangled in secret operations, possibly even acting as a courier for sensitive diplomatic messages between Allied command and French contacts in liberated Paris. According to this story, his flight might have been targeted or diverted under circumstances never disclosed to the public. These theories, while speculative, were fed by wartime secrecy, classified documents, and the immense prestige Miller carried across both military and political spheres. But like the more technical explanations, they offered no proof, and none emerged in the years that followed. For Miller's family, friends, and fellow musicians, the lack of closure was painful. His band, at that point one of the most celebrated musical ensembles in the world, had to carry on without its star, performing in occupied Europe under the shadow of his absence. His wife Helen received the devastating news with quiet grace. The army, recognizing both his service and his impact, awarded him posthumous honors and continued to highlight his contributions to troop morale. In the United States, Miller's name was already a legend, but now it carried the weight of tragedy. Still, the silence persisted. Even decades later, no confirmed wreckage was ever recovered from the sea. The English Channel is a busy stretch of water, yes, but also deceptively treacherous. Parts of it reach significant depths. Strong tides shift the seabed daily. In December 1944, it was frigid and rough, a maze of currents and crosswinds. A small single-engine Norseman, going down fast, could have broken apart on impact or sunk in seconds. If it did, any light debris may have drifted unnoticed or been absorbed into the churn of war debris already littering the channel floor. In the absence of resolution, Glenn Miller's disappearance was folded into a unique category of World War II mysteries, those involving not just lost aircraft or missions gone wrong, but figures of symbolic importance. Miller was not a soldier lost in combat. He was a civilian-turned officer who carried a trombone instead of a weapon. But his influence on wartime morale, his ability to unite a generation through sound, made his loss hit differently. This wasn't just a man missing, it was a mood, a spirit, a soundtrack that suddenly cut out mid-song. The decades passed. Occasionally, new witnesses emerged, new articles were published, new radar logs declassified. In 2019, an amateur aviation historian launched a renewed private effort to locate the wreckage using modern sonar equipment. Though nothing definitive was found, the search rekindled public interest in the case. Would Miller's plane, if found, finally reveal what happened? Or would it simply confirm what many had long suspected, that the war had claimed him not with bullets or bombs, but with cold, indifferent weather and the hidden dangers of rushed logistics? There is something poetic, if also painful, in the way Miller vanished. His music was ethereal, airy, lilting, drifting on waves of saxophone and muted brass. To imagine him disappearing into fog and sea, without a scream or a spark, feels strangely in tune with his style, subtle, elegant, deeply moving. And yet beneath that poetic image is a real sharp sorrow. Glenn Miller was 40 years old. He had a wife, children, and an orchestra waiting in Paris. He had more songs to write, more soldiers to uplift, more stages to fill. That his final journey ended in silence, no applause, no encore, is a cruel irony for a man who had filled so many lives with sound. Today, Glenn Miller's legacy endures, not just through his music, but through the persistent mystery of his disappearance. He is remembered not merely as a figure from a bygone musical era, but as a cultural bridge, an artist who brought rhythm to the front lines and gave the world something joyful in one of its darkest chapters. The unanswered question of what happened on that flight to Paris has become part of his story, inseparable from the melodies he left behind. In cemeteries across Europe and America, the graves of fallen soldiers and civilians are marked by headstones, plaques, and flags. Glenn Miller has no grave. His name is etched into the tablets of the missing at the Cambridge American Cemetery in England, where hundreds of names appear without remains, their stories sealed beneath waves or lost in clouds. It is a fitting, if heartbreaking, symbol for someone whose life was defined by movement and sound, a memory without a resting place, a song without a final note. The Norseman aircraft itself, rudimentary by today's standards, was a single-engine utility plane, designed primarily for short military hops and transport. It was never meant to be glamorous or graceful, but on that day in December 1944, it carried one of the most famous men in the world. A man whose face had graced magazine covers, whose name was spoken with warmth by American families gathered around radio sets, whose tunes had accompanied dances, romances, and moments of respite in a world torn apart. In the decades following the war, the Glenn Miller Orchestra continued to perform, led by various successors who tried to keep his spirit alive. His recordings were reissued, preserved, and digitized. His life was adapted into a Hollywood film, The Glenn Miller Story, starring James Stewart, which brought his music and mystery to a new generation. The film dramatized his rise, his love for Helen, and his devotion to the troops. It ended, like his real story, in quiet absence, letting the music play as the screen faded to black. Many have speculated what might have happened if he had survived that flight. Perhaps he would have returned to America to a hero's welcome, resumed touring, or even shifted into a role as a post-war cultural ambassador. He may have helped bridge the divide between military tradition and post-war popular culture. His sound was already beginning to evolve by 1944, showing signs of subtle modernism that hinted at where big band music might have gone had he lived longer. But all of that is conjecture. What we know is what remains: the notes, the melodies, the soft hum of his trombone, rising and falling through the air like memory. The Glenn Miller case also highlights the unique and precarious nature of wartime transportation. In peacetime, a lost aircraft sparks immediate searches, inquiries, and public attention. In wartime, even in its waning days, aircraft went missing more often than most realized. Missions were hurried. Flight plans changed at the last minute. Weather was underestimated. Resources were stretched thin. A Norseman going missing over the channel, even with someone of Miller's stature aboard, was shocking, but it was not, at the time, without precedent. And yet, unlike the anonymous tragedies of war, this one resonated differently. Not because Miller's life mattered more than others, but because it touched so many people who weren't soldiers or commanders or politicians. He was part of the fabric of everyday life. A musician whose voice reached kitchen radios, jukeboxes, and hospital wards. His disappearance left behind, not just an absence but a stillness that rippled outward. It made the war's reach feel even deeper. It reminded people that loss wasn't confined to battlefields. In recent years, advances in underwater archaeology have reopened interest in cases like Miller's. Sonar scans of the English Channel have grown more detailed. Remote-operated vehicles can now explore seabeds that were once unreachable. But even with all that technology, finding a Norseman-sized aircraft in the sediment-rich depths of the Channel remains a daunting task. It is not impossible, but it is expensive, complex, and tied to many uncertainties. The plane may be intact, or shattered. It may rest on a flat plain or have slipped into a trench. Until someone finds it, the question will remain. And maybe, in some poetic sense, that's how Glenn Miller's story is meant to remain. Half-finished, like a verse unresolved. He was a man who brought elegance to an era defined by chaos. A bandleader who created beauty in the face of destruction. And in disappearing the way he did, quietly, completely, he left behind a final note that lingers in the air, waiting unresolved. What happened over the Channel that day? No one knows. But what remains is a legacy heard in every swing rhythm, every soft brass harmony, every slow dance under faded lights. The sea may have taken the plane, but it could not take the music. It was March 16, 1962, when Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 lifted off from Andersen Air Force Base in Guam, headed for the Philippines. Aboard the aircraft were 107 people, most of them American soldiers en route to Vietnam. Though officially listed as a military training deployment, the details of the mission were shadowy. The war in Vietnam was still officially in its early phases, a conflict not yet consuming headlines back home. Yet Flight 739 was carrying 93 Army passengers, along with 3 South Vietnamese military officers and an experienced civilian flight crew of 11. They were flying a Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation, a dependable long-range propeller-driven airliner adapted for both civilian and military use. It was a flight that should have taken just a few hours. It never arrived. The Constellation had already made several legs of its journey, having departed from Travis Air Force Base in California and stopped to refuel in Honolulu, Wake Island, and finally Guam. This last leg from Guam to Clark Air Base in the Philippines was one of the shortest. The skies were clear, the weather was calm, the crew was well rested and experienced, but somewhere over the Philippine Sea, the aircraft disappeared from radar without sending any distress signal. No emergency beacon was triggered, no radio contact was made. It was simply gone. Within hours, a massive search and rescue operation began. Over 1,300 personnel, 48 aircraft and 8 ships were dispatched by the US military to scour the region. For 8 days, the teams covered more than 144,000 square miles of open ocean, one of the most extensive peacetime searches on record at that time. Not a single piece of debris was found. No oil slick, no life raft, no floating gear, nothing. The military's official explanation stated that the aircraft was presumed to have exploded mid-air, though no evidence was recovered to support that conclusion. The claim was based largely on the testimony of a Liberty ship named SSTL Lenzen, which was reportedly in the area and claimed to have seen a flash of bright light in the sky, what may have been an explosion. But the ship's coordinates were vague, and weather conditions that night made visibility poor. The timing lined up with the plane's estimated location, but without wreckage. The theory remained just that, a theory. For the families of the 93 soldiers aboard, the absence of evidence was more than a wound. It was a void. No bodies to bury, no remains to honor, just a telegram, a phone call, a knock at the door followed by a phrase that echoed across states and counties. Missing, presumed dead. In total, 107 lives had vanished, the largest single unexplained loss of military personnel associated with the Vietnam War, and yet it is barely known today. What made the disappearance even more haunting was the silence that followed. Unlike other major aviation incidents of the era, Flight 739 quickly faded from public discourse. No memorials were erected, no national addresses were made. The soldiers aboard were never added to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial because their deaths occurred before formal combat operations were underway. As a result, their names, though printed in brief newspaper columns and noted in scattered military documents, were largely forgotten by the broader American public. The families, however, never forgot. In the years following the loss, some of them began asking questions. Why had there been no distress call if the aircraft had suffered mechanical failure? Why had the emergency locator system not activated? How could such a large plane carrying so many trained personnel simply disappear? And why, despite the scale of the search operation, had nothing, absolutely nothing, ever turned up? As the months turned into years, the mystery of Flight 739 remained suspended in that uneasy place between memory and myth. Official explanations dried up. The government offered no further updates, and the incident was quietly absorbed into the broader fabric of military history, a footnote during a time of rapidly escalating conflict in Southeast Asia. But for the families of the lost, that silence only deepened the wound. With no physical proof of a crash, no wreckage recovered, and no meaningful closure, the question became louder with time. What really happened to Flight 739? The idea of a mid-air explosion, initially floated by the testimony of the SSTL Lenzen's crew, raised more questions than it answered. The Liberty ship's crew claimed they saw a distant flare or flash in the sky, but no explosion was ever confirmed, and even if such a catastrophic event had occurred, what caused it? The aircraft was in good condition. The crew had filed no maintenance concerns in previous legs of the journey. There had been no reports of engine trouble, no communication indicating any onboard issue, no electrical or navigational warnings. If the constellation had suffered an onboard explosion, it would likely have been from something sudden and violent, perhaps a fuel tank ignition, a structural failure, or something far more unsettling. Speculation began to swirl almost immediately among military insiders and aviation enthusiasts. Some questioned whether the aircraft might have been sabotaged, either by an onboard explosive device or a hostile force. Though the US was not yet publicly at war in Vietnam, covert military operations and reconnaissance missions were already underway. The idea that Flight 739 might have been targeted was not inconceivable, especially given that the identities and roles of some of the South Vietnamese officers on board were never publicly disclosed. Were they advisors, intelligence officers, political assets? The opacity of the passenger manifest only intensified the sense that something was being withheld. Others pointed fingers inward. Could the flight have been transporting classified materials or personnel, making it vulnerable to interception, or even an intentional cover-up? More than one conspiracy theory has suggested that the plane's mission wasn't simply to deliver troops for training, but that it may have involved a covert operation or experimental cargo that necessitated secrecy. In this version of the story, the plane's disappearance was not an accident, but an operation gone wrong or deliberately erased. While these theories remain speculative, they underscore a central problem. No official explanation has ever accounted for the absence of wreckage, not even a piece of floating metal. In every major aviation disaster at sea, no matter how remote or catastrophic, some evidence is typically recovered. In the case of Flight 739, the complete lack of debris has made even the most logical explanations feel unsatisfying. Meanwhile, the families of the victims continued to press for recognition. One of the most vocal advocates was Diane Arduzik, whose father, Army Master Sergeant Albert Raymond, was among those lost. For years she and others lobbied to have the names of the 93 U.S. soldiers added to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. But because the flight disappeared before the official beginning of the war, and because the loss occurred during a training operation, those efforts were denied. It didn't matter that many of the men aboard were on their way to Vietnam. It didn't matter that they were military personnel serving their country. They were deemed ineligible. This bureaucratic denial only deepened the families' frustration. Their loved ones had vanished under military orders, aboard a military-affiliated aircraft, on a mission connected to the coming conflict, and yet they remained excluded from the national memory of that war. In 2021, after nearly 60 years, a measure of justice was finally granted. The names of the 93 soldiers aboard Flight 739 were memorialized on a new granite monument at Veterans Memorial Park in Columbia Falls, Maine, at the site of the Wreaths Across America National Headquarters. The monument includes the names of all those who perished, and an inscription recognizing the mysterious nature of their disappearance. For many families, it was the first public recognition of the sacrifice their loved ones had made. But for others, it was too little, too late. As with many aviation mysteries over water, technology has not yet been able to close the case. The Philippine Sea is vast, with complex underwater topography and unpredictable currents. In the 1960s, underwater search technology was rudimentary, and even today, finding an aircraft the size of a Lockheed Constellation in such a region would be difficult. Deep-sea exploration in that area remains expensive and limited, but some experts believe that with modern sonar and drone technology, the wreckage could still be found, if only the government were willing to invest the resources into locating it. But therein lies the problem. Flight 739 has never been classified as a high-priority search target. Because it was a military-chartered civilian flight during peacetime, it falls through the cracks of military responsibility and historical visibility. There is no public inquiry still active, no continuing investigation, only a question left floating over a silent stretch of ocean. The unresolved fate of Flight 739 sits at the intersection of loss and obscurity, a tragedy eclipsed by time, bureaucracy, and a lack of tangible evidence. It is one of those rare aviation disasters where everything that should have led to answers, the weather, the aircraft's condition, the experience of the crew, only seem to amplify the silence that followed. Most disappearances are accompanied by fragments: a broken wing washing ashore, a suitcase spotted by fishermen, a signal lost mid-transmission. But this one left not even the sea's courtesy of a clue. not even the whisper of wreckage. For the families left behind, the burden of not knowing has shaped generations. Sons grew up without fathers. Parents never received final words. Siblings carried the ache of absence into adulthood, wondering if the true story would ever be told. Each new headline about a missing plane or a rediscovered wreck stirs that question again: could theirs be next? Could a piece of metal rising from the Philippine Sea finally put the story to rest? What haunts the Flight 739 mystery more than anything is how efficiently it was forgotten. The Vietnam War, growing in scale and political complexity, soon consumed all public attention. As the conflict escalated, the early years of covert activity and training missions were buried under larger tragedies and more visible battles. In that flood of history, Flight 739 slipped beneath the surface, both literally and figuratively. It became an invisible casualty of a war that hadn't officially started, its passengers omitted from honors, its narrative lost in the noise of a louder storm. But some refused to let go. For decades, a small community of relatives, veterans and amateur historians have preserved the memory of the flight. They write articles, they keep records, they build digital archives, they organize memorial services, even when no bodies are buried. Their work is quiet, often unnoticed by the larger world, but fiercely persistent, because to forget Flight 739 would be to erase not just a flight, but 107 lives. There are few concrete facts left to re-examine. The plane took off. It climbed to altitude. It was last in contact over the Western Pacific. Then it was gone. The pilot did not send an emergency message. The navigators did not signal distress. No mechanical issues were logged during prior stops, and the aircraft's final position was estimated, but never confirmed. All we have is the open sea, a vague flash of light reported by a ship dozens of miles away, and a list of names on a flight manifest. Yet even now, with all of our modern tools and data, no definitive answer has emerged. Some point to the possibility of structural failure, perhaps undetected fatigue in the wings or fuselage, caused the plane to disintegrate mid-air. But Lockheed Constellations were sturdy, built for long hauls and trusted by both airlines and militaries. Others returned to the theory of sabotage, imagining a hidden threat aboard the aircraft, an internal event known only to a few. But there were no threats issued, no warnings intercepted, no intelligence indicating such an operation. And even among conspiracy theories, there is a conspicuous lack of motive. One of the most plausible theories, despite its frustrating simplicity, remains a sudden and total mechanical failure, a catastrophic engine fire, a failure in electrical systems that disabled communications and lighting, a malfunction in navigational instruments that disoriented the pilots in the pre-dawn dark. In the absence of any distress call, these possibilities feel strangely anticlimactic, but they are no less tragic. In fact, their randomness is part of what makes them so painful. The idea that a crew could be operating perfectly, a plane flying smoothly, and then something silent and final intervenes. For all the talk of mystery, it's important to remember the very real human side of Flight 739. The men aboard were soldiers, young, middle-aged, trained for war but unprepared for disappearance. They carried duffel bags, letters, photographs. They left behind families who waited with anticipation, never dreaming that a training flight would be their last. The flight crew too were professionals who had flown this route before, confident in their craft, trusted by their employer and their passengers. When they disappeared, they didn't just vanish from the sky, they were also erased from public memory. And yet in small communities across America, their names are still spoken. There are attics with their uniforms, albums with their faces, worn patches with faded insignias. These quiet mementos are often all that remain. No folded flag, no crash site, no final word. In 2022, marking the 60th anniversary of the flight's disappearance, family members once again gathered at the Columbia Falls Monument in Maine. Flowers were laid, speeches were read, taps was played over a field that, while far from the sea, served as sacred ground for those who had none. A bell tolled 107 times, once for each soul aboard. For many it was the only ceremony they would ever receive. What happened to Flight 739 may never be fully known. The sea has a way of keeping its secrets, and the sky, for all its openness, can become an abyss when silence replaces signal. But one thing is certain, the men and women aboard that plane did not simply vanish. They served, they trusted, they flew, and they were lost not just to the elements but to a history that for too long failed to carry their names forward. Now etched in stone and remembered in story, they are no longer invisible. The mystery may endure, but so too does the memory. As the 5 torpedo bombers of Flight 19 vanished over the Atlantic on December 5, 1945, panic swept through the command centers at Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale. It was the kind of disappearance that defied logic. The planes had flown in formation, piloted by experienced men, under watchful radio communication. They had left a trail, and then like a candle blown out, they were gone. In response, the Navy did what protocol demanded. They dispatched a search and rescue plane to find them. That rescue aircraft was a Martin PBM-5 Mariner, a massive flying boat nicknamed the Flying Gas Tank due to its size and vulnerability. It lifted off from Naval Air Station Banana River, now known as Patrick Space Force Base, just after 7 p.m. on the same evening. Its designation was Training 49, and it carried 13 crew members, all of them trained, disciplined, and ready to brave the night in search of their fellow servicemen. But within 20 minutes of takeoff, Training 49 vanished from radar, never seen, never heard from again. In the span of a single afternoon and evening, 6 U.S. Navy aircraft and 27 men disappeared over the same region of ocean. Flight 19 had already stirred confusion and dread. The loss of the Mariner turned that confusion into a myth. The Mariner had a history. It was a large twin-engine patrol bomber, designed for long-range ocean operations. It could land on water, and was used extensively during World War II for search and rescue, anti-submarine patrols, and long-haul transport. But it had a flaw. The aircraft's fuel system was prone to vapor leaks, which could mix with electrical systems and ignite. The PBM was known among Navy aircrews for this tendency towards spontaneous combustion, a reputation that, while not common knowledge at the time, was no secret to those who flew them. So when the SS Gaines Mills, a tanker steaming along the Florida coast that same night, reported seeing a massive explosion in the sky, investigators immediately connected the two events. The explosion was described as sudden, bright and low over the water, close to where the Mariner would have been flying on its outbound leg. The tanker's crew observed fire on the water's surface, but by the time rescue vessels arrived, there was nothing left. No bodies, no wreckage, just oil, ash, and the certainty that something had gone terribly wrong. Official reports later concluded that the Mariner had likely exploded in mid-air due to the ignition of volatile fuel vapors. Unlike Flight 19's Vanishing, the Mariner had at least left behind a visible clue, a fireball in the sky, a trace of aftermath. But what made the event eerie wasn't just the explosion, it was the timing. The loss occurred within hours of the disappearance of Flight 19. Two disasters, tied not only by location and mission, but by proximity so close they now seem fused in maritime lore. The Navy's inquiry into the incident was swift but inconclusive. The explosion seen by the tanker was accepted as consistent with a mid-air fuel ignition. The plane's last known coordinates roughly aligned, but still no physical wreckage was retrieved. The crew was declared lost at sea, and with wartime censorship still lingering in the post-war months, the story faded from the front pages quickly, eclipsed by demobilization, rebuilding, and the world's pivot away from war. And yet the coincidence lingered. For every story about Flight 19 and its strange disappearance, the Mariner's fate hangs in the background, like a shadow too convenient to ignore. If Flight 19 had vanished into a freak storm, why had the Mariner gone down too? If the area was dangerous due to weather, why wasn't the Mariner warned off? If there were electromagnetic anomalies, magnetic fields, or unexplained forces at work, why had two different types of aircraft succumbed within such a short span of time? In time, conspiracy theories emerged. Some saw the Mariner's explosion not as a mechanical failure, but as evidence of a broader event, something that targeted both squadrons. There were whispers of experimental weapon tests, of Cold War-era interference, even extraterrestrial involvement. While these theories have no credible evidence to support them, their persistence speaks to the discomfort left by such clean erasure. 2 flights, 2 losses, no survivors, and nothing salvageable. Even among the more rational explanations, the unanswered questions remain. Could the Mariner have been brought down by the same environmental forces that confused and lost Flight 19? Could the search and rescue mission have entered the same weather system, the same magnetic distortion, or some kind of atmospheric event that disrupted all instruments and led to disaster? Or was it simply mechanical fate, two separate failures converging in time and space. In many ways, the loss of the PBM-5 Mariner is more explainable than that of Flight 19. There was a known witness, the crew of the SS Gaines Mills. There was visible evidence, flames on the water, and there was a known mechanical vulnerability, the aircraft's reputation for volatile fuel vapor buildup. On the surface, it fits the tragic, all too familiar template of an aircraft succumbing to its own design flaws. But the Mariner wasn't just any plane, and this wasn't just any day. It was a rescue mission, an urgent search for fellow airmen that instead became a second disappearance in the same ocean, on the same evening, in almost the same sky. The Navy's official position was pragmatic. Their investigation concluded that the Mariner had exploded in mid-air, and that the explosion was likely caused by a spark in the fuel system. The crew of the Gaines Mills described a flash of light followed by a column of fire, and although no wreckage was recovered, a thin slick of oil observed on the water's surface lent further weight to the theory. Given the aircraft's flight path and schedule, the Navy believed that the explosion occurred less than 20 minutes after takeoff, perhaps while the plane was still climbing. But that assessment didn't satisfy everyone. Aviation analysts, years later, would point out that PBM Mariners had flown thousands of missions throughout the war, including many in rougher conditions, and the number of spontaneous explosions, while not zero, was small. These planes were known to leak fuel vapor, yes, but many considered them reasonably safe when properly maintained. Was it just coincidence that this particular aircraft exploded the same evening it was dispatched to find another vanished flight? Moreover, some questioned whether the explosion reported by the Gaines Mills was even the Mariner. The time and location were broadly consistent, but not precise. The explosion was seen at sea, not directly overhead. In the darkness, with no radar confirmation, no floating debris, and no survivors, could the observation have been misinterpreted? Could the explosion have been something else entirely, perhaps an unrelated maritime accident, or a flare from another vessel? Such uncertainty gave rise to further speculation. What if the Mariner had encountered the same navigational distortion that may have doomed Flight 19? Though the aircraft was equipped with more advanced long-range radio gear and navigation instruments than the Avengers, even a brief disruption could have sent it far off course. If the pilot, tasked with tracking a squadron that was already lost, began chasing phantom signals or veered into heavy weather, could the Mariner have flown into a region of atmospheric instability? Could something else have disabled both aircraft groups in sequence? One theory suggested that the PBM was caught in a sympathetic anomaly, a magnetic field distortion or static charge buildup in the same atmospheric cell that had confused Flight 19. This idea, while not supported by physical data, found life in the growing lore of the Bermuda Triangle. In this theory, the Mariner was not brought down by fire or equipment failure, but by the same invisible force that caused the Avengers to lose their bearings, their instruments, and ultimately their lives. In fictionalized accounts, this possibility became a common thread. Movies and books portrayed the Mariner flying into an unknown fog, joining Flight 19 in a kind of time loop or other dimension. Television specials reimagined the plane caught in a gravitational rift. UFO theorists speculated that both groups were intercepted by non-human intelligences, spirited away from the ocean's surface with technology beyond comprehension. None of these ideas were ever grounded in evidence, but their popularity revealed how deeply the double loss had embedded itself in public consciousness. In reality, the most likely explanation remains mechanical. The PBM was a large and complex aircraft with known weaknesses. One bad wire, one small leak, one improperly sealed hatch, combined with fuel vapor and pressurized systems, that was all it would have taken. But even if we accept the explosion theory, what remains troubling is the completeness of the disappearance. 13 crew members vanished with the plane, and not a single body was recovered. This too is rare in aviation disasters, particularly when the location is known and the debris field should have been accessible. Adding to the unease was the fact that the Mariner's loss effectively ended the immediate rescue mission. In the chaos that followed, the Navy restructured its search protocols. Larger squadrons, more coordinated tracking, more conservative dispatches. The dual losses on December 5th forced a re-evaluation of training routes, aircraft maintenance protocols, and regional communication procedures. And while the changes were necessary, they came too late for the 27 men who vanished that day. The tragedy also altered how future missions were viewed. From then on, Any unusual activity in the Bermuda Triangle region, be it strange compass readings, missing vessels, or aircraft malfunctions, was framed not just as an incident, but as a potential echo of the December 5th disappearances. Flight 19 and the PBM Mariner became forever linked, not just by date, but by mystery. A single incident might be explained. 2. In such proximity became a legend. For the families of the 13 men aboard the PBM-5 Mariner, the mystery of their disappearance is as deep and unresolved as that of the very crew they were trying to rescue. Unlike the families of Flight 19, whose loved ones vanished into silence and confusion, the Mariner's relatives were given something resembling an answer, an explosion, a presumed mid-air catastrophe. But the closure offered was fragile. Without bodies, wreckage, or physical evidence, there was no way to truly verify what had happened. There was only belief, and belief, when not grounded in something tangible, often breeds doubt. The Navy officially closed its investigation within weeks, citing the probable fuel vapor explosion as the most likely cause. The crew's names were honored with commendations and folded into naval archives as heroes lost in the line of duty. But even their status was somewhat obscured by the larger story of Flight 19, which overshadowed the Mariner's loss in both press and legend. The narrative of 5 bombers vanishing mysteriously over the Atlantic captured public imagination. A rescue plane that exploded, however tragic, was easier to compartmentalize, easier to explain away. And yet the PBM-5 Mariner became an indispensable part of the Flight 19 saga. No serious discussion of the Avenger's disappearance is complete without mention of the rescue aircraft that never came home. For every theory, whether natural, mechanical, or paranormal, both events must be reconciled. The odds of 2 independent fatal incidents in the same region, on the same day, affecting 2 separate aircraft types, remain statistically astonishing. Some theorists have suggested that both events may have stemmed from a larger regional instability, not necessarily paranormal, but poorly understood at the time. They point to rapidly forming microstorms, invisible downdrafts, or even oceanic gas emissions from the seabed that might temporarily affect atmospheric conditions. Others propose that both aircraft encountered the same interference field, perhaps electromagnetic in nature, that disrupted instruments, ignited fuel vapors, or created flight conditions that human pilots were simply unprepared to navigate. Still, the explosion theory stands as the most accepted explanation. It's rooted in the Mariner's history, and supported, however loosely, by a visual account. But even this version of events leaves questions behind. If the aircraft exploded in mid-air, why was no debris ever recovered, despite a general idea of where it occurred? Why was the fire on the water described as short-lived and without follow-up evidence? Was there a secondary issue, a weather event, an undetected system failure, that compounded the Mariner's vulnerabilities and led to the perfect storm of disaster? As the years went on, the Mariner's story faded further into the background. Memorials dedicated to Flight 19 sometimes omitted its companion aircraft entirely. The names of the 13 crewmen were scattered across personal headstones, military records, and surviving family archives, but rarely featured together in any official monument. Only in recent decades, as interest in the Bermuda Triangle revived and historical aviation research expanded, did the story of Training 49 begin to re-emerge, not just as a postscript, but as a critical piece of the puzzle. In 2012, researchers revisiting the PBM's role in the Flight 19 search began compiling testimonies, Navy documents, and interviews with descendants. For some, it was the first time the Mariner's name had been spoken in public in years. It reminded the world that there was more than one mystery that day, more than one crew lost to that strange stretch of ocean. And it emphasized that while some disappearances are dramatic in their ambiguity, others are just as haunting in their presumed clarity. Because even if the PBM exploded, why did it explode? Why on that mission? Why in those conditions? Why at that moment? Aviation history is filled with lessons carved out in aluminum, flame and black box recordings. But the story of the PBM Mariner holds a different kind of warning. It reminds us that sometimes even the rescuer is not spared, that danger does not wait for understanding, and that no matter how much technology improves, the ocean remains a realm where certainty can vanish in a blink. In the years since, the region over which the Mariner was lost has become better mapped, better understood. Satellite tracking, real-time weather systems, GPS beacons, and automatic dependent surveillance broadcast (ADS-B) technology have made it nearly impossible for a modern aircraft to disappear in the same way. But still, there are moments like the disappearance of MH370, when history repeats itself, when the sky swallows a plane whole and the sea keeps its silence. In those moments, the memory of December 5, 1945 returns, reminding us that some mysteries are not lost to time, but preserved by it. Today, if you visit certain naval aviation museums or dig through the archives of long-forgotten microfilm, you'll find the names of the mariner's lost crew. You'll read the designations, the serial numbers, the flight logs. You'll see the last confirmed takeoff time. And then, nothing. The record stops, a line ends, an aircraft ceases to be. But for those who remember, and for those still searching for meaning in the wide and silent places of the world, that line is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of a question. It was a beautiful autumn day in 1957, when Pan American World Airways Flight 7, affectionately known as the Romance of the Skies, lifted off from San Francisco International Airport, bound for Honolulu. On board the gleaming Boeing 377 Stratocruiser were 36 passengers and 8 crew members, heading west over the Pacific, in what was considered one of the most luxurious and sophisticated airliners of its day. The flight was part of Pan Am's flagship service between the US mainland and Asia, a symbol of elegance in post-war aviation, boasting wide interiors, dining lounges, and sleeping berths. But just as its name promised adventure, romance, and the freedom of flight, its fate would become one of aviation's most unsettling mysteries. The aircraft departed San Francisco at 11:51 a.m. on November 8, 1957, with clear skies and no known mechanical concerns. The Stratocruiser had been thoroughly inspected. The crew was experienced, led by Captain Gordon H. Brown, a respected Pan Am pilot with thousands of hours logged. The flight was expected to take roughly 9 hours to cross the 400-mile stretch to Hawaii. For most of its journey, the aircraft maintained radio contact, providing position reports and weather updates. Everything appeared normal. Then, at some point in the late afternoon, contact ceased. There was no distress call, no reports of trouble, no indication of deviation from course, just silence. When the flight failed to arrive at its scheduled time in Honolulu, search efforts were launched immediately. Navy aircraft in ships swept across the Pacific, zeroing in on the last known coordinates. After a 6-day search, debris was spotted, scattered across a wide area approximately 900 miles northeast of Honolulu. Floating in the middle of the ocean were seat cushions, parts of the fuselage, and tragically, bodies. 19 of the 44 people aboard were eventually recovered from the sea. Autopsies revealed something deeply disturbing. Several victims showed traces of carbon monoxide in their bloodstreams. This wasn't just a crash. Something had happened aboard the Romance of the Skies, something that may have incapacitated passengers and crew before impact. And even more unsettling, some watch and clock mechanisms recovered from bodies were frozen at different times, suggesting the aircraft may have remained aloft longer than expected or broken apart over time. The official explanation, mechanical failure or pilot error, didn't sit well with many. The mystery of Flight 7 immediately attracted attention, not only because of the deaths involved, but because of the high-profile nature of the passengers and the luxury associated with Pan Am service. Among those on board were businessmen, artists, honeymooners, and international travelers. The Boeing Stratocruiser, derived from the military C-97 Stratocrater, was widely considered one of the most stable aircraft of its era. Its pressurized cabin and dual-deck design were considered cutting-edge. For a plane like this, under clear skies and calm conditions, to vanish without a single distress call was both shocking and inexplicable. Initial investigations pointed toward the possibility of a sudden decompression or cabin fire, but that didn't explain the carbon monoxide, a gas that typically enters the bloodstream through prolonged exposure, often from exhaust leaks or fires. Was there an onboard system failure that slowly poisoned the crew? Was the cockpit compromised without warning? And why had no one sent a single radio message if something was going wrong? Some theorists suggested that the carbon monoxide may have leaked into the ventilation system from the aircraft's auxiliary power unit, slowly rendering the crew unconscious. Others speculated sabotage, perhaps a poison gas canister smuggled on board. But the FBI found no conclusive evidence of foul play. The final crash report left the cause as unknown. The uncertainty invited whispers of espionage, of sabotage, even of intentional downing. Some began to look closely at passenger lists. Among the travelers were individuals with military and intelligence backgrounds, as well as engineers linked to sensitive government projects. Was someone on that plane carrying information too valuable or too dangerous to reach its destination? In the years following the tragedy of Flight 7, the case became one of the most scrutinized and speculated on incidents in the early history of commercial transoceanic aviation. Though not as well known as later disappearances, the circumstances surrounding the romance of the skies made it uniquely unsettling. The presence of carbon monoxide in the victims' bloodstreams remained one of the most debated elements of the mystery. It introduced a human vulnerability that was as terrifying as it was subtle: poison in the air itself, invisible and silent, possibly creeping through the ventilation system long before anyone realized it. One theory that gained traction in aviation circles centered on engine exhaust leakage. The Stratocruiser was powered by 4 Pratt & Whitney R4360 Wasp major radial engines, known for their power and their complexity. These massive 28-cylinder engines were prone to heat buildup, and while they were marvels of engineering, they were not without faults. If exhaust manifolds developed microscopic cracks, or if gaskets failed, exhaust fumes could be drawn into the cabin through the aircraft's cabin pressurization and heating systems. In such a scenario, passengers and crew might slowly lose consciousness, with symptoms easily mistaken for fatigue. The flight crew could have been incapacitated mid-route without ever realizing the danger. But this mechanical explanation, while plausible, didn't sit comfortably with everyone. Not all recovered bodies showed signs of carbon monoxide exposure, and among those that did, the levels varied widely. Some experts argued that post-mortem exposure to jet fuel and other elements in seawater could have skewed test results. Others claimed that carbon monoxide might have been present only in specific compartments of the plane, meaning the crew, or certain passengers, were targeted or affected first. There were darker speculations. In the years that followed the crash, a persistent rumor surfaced suggesting that a passenger on board, never publicly identified, may have been carrying sensitive information, perhaps related to Cold War operations or high-level government research. It was the late 1950s, after all. The Cold War was in full swing. Soviet spies, American counterintelligence, and covert missions formed the backdrop of international affairs. Could someone have smuggled a chemical agent onto the plane, introducing gas deliberately to kill someone, or everyone? The lack of a distress call only deepened the mystery. Commercial airliners, even in the 1950s, had multiple communication protocols and backup systems. For an aircraft of this size and sophistication to experience a catastrophic failure without a single SOS, Mayday, or radio relay, suggested either an instantaneous incident, such as a sudden breakup or explosion, or the slower, deadlier unfolding of total crew incapacitation. Witnesses on other trans-Pacific flights that day reported no unusual weather conditions. The skies were clear, visibility high. There were no reports of turbulence or lightning storms that could explain structural damage, and no reports of radio interference from Honolulu Control, which had been in steady contact with Pan Am until the moment silence began. Then came another strange detail. Some of the personal effects recovered from the ocean were still in pristine condition. Wallets, photos, clothing, all seemingly undamaged by fire or explosion. That ruled out a violent onboard combustion event. Even more confusing, the watches worn by several passengers had stopped at different times, suggesting not an abrupt, singular crash, but possibly a disintegration in stages, or a prolonged period of unconscious drift before the aircraft went down. These anomalies led to the hypothesis that the aircraft may have flown well past its expected fuel range, silently coasting on autopilot while everyone aboard was unconscious or dead. In such a scenario, the aircraft could have eventually run out of fuel, gradually descending into the Pacific and breaking apart on impact. But this raised its own questions. Could the crew really have succumbed so quietly? And wouldn't an aircraft of that size, descending under its own weight, have left a more extensive debris field? As technology advanced in the decades following the crash, efforts were made to reanalyze old data. In the 1990s, Independent researchers obtained declassified flight logs, weather satellite archives, and maintenance records for the Stratocruiser fleet. While these reviews uncovered no definitive flaw unique to the aircraft, they did highlight a pattern of subtle but frequent cabin pressurization issues. The Boeing 377, for all its comfort, was known to suffer from insulation breakdown and minor structural warping, especially in the Pacific's salt-laden air. These conditions could have allowed for exhaust gas seepage, or even slow leaks in cabin integrity that made the aircraft more susceptible to toxic exposure at cruising altitude. Yet despite these findings, nothing conclusively pointed to a cause. Nothing explained why some victims had poison in their blood and others did not. Nothing proved that a mechanical failure had taken place. Nothing ruled out foul play. By the time the investigation into Pan Am Flight 7 formally concluded, the official verdict remained unsatisfyingly vague. The Civil Aeronautics Board (CAB) ultimately categorized the cause as undetermined, citing an inability to recover enough of the aircraft or its systems to make a definitive judgment. Despite months of analysis, the collected evidence refused to assemble into a clear narrative, and perhaps most troubling of all was the lingering suggestion that the disaster may have involved more than just mechanical failure, that someone aboard may have played a role in its downfall. One of the most controversial theories came from former Pan Am employees and aviation journalists, who proposed that a murder-suicide could not be ruled out. The logic behind this grim possibility came not from physical evidence, but from psychological profiles of crew members and inconsistencies in the timeline of the flight. Some insiders speculated that a crew member, possibly a pilot or mechanic with personal struggles, may have disabled communications and intentionally altered the flight path, bringing the aircraft down in a controlled but fatal descent. This theory, while thin on concrete proof, served as a placeholder for the psychological unknowns that investigations could never fully account for: human intent. But the idea of sabotage was more broadly accepted, especially given the peculiar mix of passengers aboard the Romance of the Skies. Among them were military contractors, government-connected engineers, and at least one individual traveling under an alias, a detail unearthed only years after the crash, when family researchers began piecing together manifest inconsistencies. Although none of these passengers were ever linked to espionage or criminal activity, the Cold War backdrop made every anomaly feel significant. As time passed and records became harder to access, attention slowly drifted away from Flight 7. Unlike higher-profile crashes with massive debris fields and immediate national coverage, this tragedy slipped into a quiet corner of aviation history. Its victims, though mourned by loved ones, did not receive a prominent memorial for decades. For Pan Am, which continued expanding globally in the decades to follow, the incident was quietly retired from marketing materials and press releases. The Clipper Romance was no longer mentioned, its name eventually fading from corporate memory. But the story lived on, not just in files but in whispers. In the 1970s and 80s, as public fascination with aviation mysteries grew, particularly around events like Flight 19, the Bermuda Triangle, and later Korean Airlines, Flight 007, Flight 7 began appearing in books and documentaries as part of a pattern of mid-air enigmas. It was now a piece of a larger puzzle, airplanes vanishing or crashing under conditions that should have been survivable, in skies that were calm, with pilots who were trained and aircraft that were cleared. Unlike Flight 19, which left no trace, or the Star Tiger and Star Ariel, which left behind only vanished logs, Flight 7 had wreckage, it had bodies, it had a footprint, and yet the crash was no easier to explain. That paradox, the presence of evidence and the absence of answers, made it uniquely maddening and uniquely potent. For the families of those lost, the silence was perhaps the cruelest part. Though Pan Am issued formal condolences and offered financial settlements, many relatives reported a lack of transparency and few details from the investigation. Some were told only that the aircraft had crashed. Others weren't even informed of the carbon monoxide findings until years later, when autopsy reports were quietly released to journalists. This lack of closure, combined with the slow unraveling of facts over decades, only deepened their sense of injustice. In 2004, nearly 5 decades after the crash, aviation historian and writer Clive Irving revisited the incident in a widely circulated article. He called Flight 7 a case of quiet catastrophe, noting how its facts were like puzzle pieces soaked in seawater, present but forever warped. His work, along with that of a handful of amateur researchers, rekindled interest in the crash, drawing attention to how easily stories can vanish when institutions choose not to carry them forward. Today, there is no single memorial for the victims of Pan Am Flight 7. A few gravesites mark the recovered dead. A few archival websites list their names, but no monument stands by the Pacific to mark the place where the romance of the skies fell. For many, that absence speaks as loudly as the mystery itself. An aircraft named for beauty and freedom, flying over calm seas, gone in silence. A moment that should have ended in lease and smiles instead became a legacy of unanswered questions and quiet grief. We may never know what brought down Flight 7, whether it was a slow poison creeping through the vents, a deliberate act of sabotage, a mechanical flaw hidden in complexity, or something no one has yet imagined. But its story remains a reminder that even in our most elegant designs, in our most hopeful journeys, mystery still waits. And sometimes it is the ocean, not time, that keeps the final word. In the era of GPS, real-time radar, and constant connectivity, the disappearance of an aircraft seemed like an impossibility, until it happened. On March 8, 2014, Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 took off from Kuala Lumpur International Airport, bound for Beijing Capital International Airport, carrying 227 passengers and 12 crew members aboard a Boeing 777-200ER, one of the most technologically advanced and safest aircraft in commercial history. Less than an hour into its journey, the flight vanished from civilian radar. No distress call, no emergency beacon, just gone. The shock that followed was instantaneous and global. In a world saturated by data, where smartphone signals bounce off satellites and aircraft constantly ping flight tracking services, MH370's disappearance challenged everything we thought we knew about modern aviation. For days, then weeks, and now years, investigators, oceanographers, engineers and families have searched for the truth. What happened to a plane so large, so sophisticated, and so closely monitored that it should have been impossible to lose? The story begins like any other overnight international flight. At 12:41 a.m. local time, Flight 370 lifted off smoothly into the dark skies over Malaysia. It climbed to cruising altitude and made routine contact with air traffic controllers in Kuala Lumpur. The final words from the cockpit, spoken by either Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah or First Officer Farik Abdul Hamid, were calm and standard. "Good night, Malaysian 370. That was at 1:19 a.m. Then the transponder, which communicates the aircraft's position and altitude, was manually turned off. Moments later, the aircraft's signal dropped from civilian radar. What happened next turned the mystery from tragic to incomprehensible. Although the plane had vanished from commercial tracking systems, military radar from Malaysia detected something strange. The aircraft had turned sharply west, back across the Malaysian peninsula, and then curved northwest toward the Andaman Sea. This was a complete deviation from its planned course. No explanation was offered, no message was sent, and shortly after crossing the peninsula, the plane vanished again, this time from military radar. For days, search teams scoured the South China Sea, where the plane had last been expected to fly, but it wasn't there. The true breakthrough came when Inmarsat, a British satellite telecommunications company, revealed that their satellite had continued receiving hourly pings from MH370 for nearly 7 more hours after it disappeared from radar. These handshakes didn't provide exact location data, but they gave enough clues to create 2 arcs, north and south, along which the aircraft could have traveled. Eventually, analysts determined the plane had most likely followed the southern arc, ending somewhere in the vast emptiness of the southern Indian Ocean, west of Australia. But that was only an estimation, based on timing, Doppler shifts and sophisticated modeling. Still, the search moved thousands of miles southwest, into one of the most remote stretches of ocean on Earth. The hunt for MH370 quickly became one of the largest and most expensive aviation searches in history. Dozens of countries contributed ships, aircraft, sonar equipment, underwater drones and deep-sea mapping technologies. And yet, no trace of the aircraft was found for more than a year. Then, in July 2015, a piece of aircraft debris washed ashore on Réunion Island, a French territory east of Madagascar. The object was a flaperon, a control surface from the wing of a Boeing 777. It was confirmed to belong to MH370. It was the first and for a long time, the only solid evidence that the plane had crashed into the Indian Ocean. More debris followed over the next few years, discovered on beaches in Mozambique, Tanzania, South Africa, and Mauritius. All were consistent with MH370. But the main fuselage, black boxes, passenger belongings, and major structural components were never found. The underwater search, which eventually covered over 120,000 square kilometers, was suspended in 2018, after yielding nothing. The mystery was now fully global. Experts and amateurs alike attempted to piece together the final flight path. Theories blossomed in every direction: hijacking, pilot suicide, catastrophic systems failure, military shootdown, even cyber attack. The official investigation, conducted by the Malaysian government and assisted by international agencies, remained cautious in its wording. While no definitive cause was determined, one possibility loomed larger than others: that the aircraft had been deliberately flown off course. The idea that Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 was deliberately diverted cast a long, uncomfortable shadow over the official investigation. The aircraft's maneuvers, especially the sharp turn across the Malaysian peninsula and the precisely navigated path over the Andaman Sea, appeared controlled and intentional, not erratic or accidental. Whoever was flying the aircraft after 1:21 a.m. clearly had a deep understanding of both the plane's systems and radar coverage in the region. The route skirted national airspace, dipped in and out of coverage zones, and used dead spots in secondary radar detection. To many investigators, it suggested the hand of someone highly trained, someone who knew how to vanish. That suspicion quickly fell on Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah, the 53-year-old senior pilot with over 18,000 hours of flight experience. A devoted family man on the surface, Zahari also led a private life that drew increasing scrutiny. Investigators discovered he had a flight simulator at home, on which he had rehearsed long-range flights over the Indian Ocean, weeks before the disappearance. Some of the simulated paths bore chilling similarity to MH370's suspected final route. While not definitive proof of intent, the data raised serious concerns. The simulation was never disclosed to the public in full detail, and Zahari's motives, if there were any, remained entirely speculative. Still, no suicide note was ever found. No warning was given, no claim of responsibility. Family and colleagues described him as calm, intelligent, and deeply committed to his career. Nothing in his background suggested a motive for mass murder, and yet, the silence of the cockpit after the transponder was turned off pointed to something more deliberate than mechanical failure. If an electrical fire or decompression had occurred, the pilots would have had moments, minutes even, to transmit a distress call. That call never came. One competing theory proposed that the flight was hijacked, not by an external force, but by a passenger or crew member who had locked the cockpit, taken control, and cut communications. In this version, Zahari may have been overpowered, or a hidden accomplice may have taken control. But cockpit access on Boeing 777s is tightly regulated, and any forceful entry or struggle would likely have triggered responses or been heard on air traffic channels. There was no such evidence. Another possibility involved a gradual decompression of the cabin, a failure of the pressurization system that slowly rendered everyone unconscious, while the aircraft continued flying on autopilot until fuel exhaustion. Known as a ghost flight scenario, this has happened in rare instances before, including the crash of Helios Airways Flight 522 in 2005. But MH370's post-deviation path was too complex, involving multiple turns, altitude changes, and route decisions that didn't align with the randomness of a stricken aircraft. The initial turn alone, right after contact was lost, required human input. Others suggested the possibility of cyber hijacking, an outsider remotely accessing the aircraft's flight systems via a vulnerability in its satellite communication software. While Boeing and cybersecurity experts have generally refuted this as unlikely, the theory reflects the growing anxiety in an age where planes are increasingly controlled by digital systems. Still, no credible evidence of such an intrusion has ever surfaced. Perhaps the most chilling scenario, and the one that increasingly haunts modern aviation, is that someone in control of MH370 intended to disappear it, and succeeded. If that is true, the reasons may never be known. Was it an act of protest, a psychological breakdown, a meticulously planned exit by someone who no longer wanted to live, but who also didn't want the world to understand why? Or was it an accident, an event that began with intent to resolve a technical issue, and ended in tragedy? Even among the most seasoned aviation experts, opinions remain divided. Former pilots argue over the plausibility of manual course corrections deep into the flight. Satellite data analysts debate the precision of the Inmarsat ARC model. Psychologists examine the personality profiles of the pilots, the passengers, even the airline executives. But the truth remains sealed, in the dark, beneath the waves, in a part of the ocean, rarely touched by light. The Indian Ocean, especially the region west of Perth, Australia, is among the least mapped areas on Earth. The seafloor is mountainous, covered in underwater ridges, crevasses and plateaus. Even with sonar and deep-sea vehicles, the likelihood of spotting small aircraft fragments across tens of thousands of square miles is slim. In 2016, and again in 2018, private search firms partnered with the Malaysian government to resume scanning the depths. Both efforts were halted after covering extensive ground with no result. To this day, the black boxes have never been found. Without them, we have no cockpit voice recordings, no flight data logs, no final moments. The most advanced aircraft of its time vanished, almost surgically, from all modern tracking systems. In the years since flight 370 disappeared, the search for answers has become more than an investigation. It has become a global obsession, a kind of modern myth that lives at the crossroads of aviation, mystery, grief, and technological humility. In an age where everything seems trackable, MH370 is a stark reminder that the world is still vast, that the ocean can still swallow even our most sophisticated creations, and that silence, when it lingers long enough, becomes unbearable. More than a dozen nations were involved in the initial search effort, from satellite companies to submarine drone manufacturers, from aviation engineers to oceanographers. Every discipline imaginable tried to contribute. At one point, even ocean drift experts were called in to reverse engineer where the debris discovered on distant shores might have originated. Every simulation, every theory, every sonar sweep came with hope, and every one ended in disappointment. For the families of the 239 souls on board, that disappointment became its own kind of torture. Memorials were built, vigils were held, and yet without a wreck, a recording, or a confirmed crash site, there was no true closure. Many relatives refused to accept official narratives. Some believed the plane had been shot down by mistake, or as part of a military operation. Others thought it had been landed secretly, that passengers were alive in hiding or captivity. A few saw conspiracies, where governments, airlines, or corporations might have erased the truth for profit or politics. And yet others in quieter voices simply said, "I just want to bring them home." The psychological toll was enormous. Malaysian Airlines, already reeling from financial struggles, suffered irreparable brand damage. The nation's aviation authority was scrutinized, criticized for early communication failures and confused reporting. Confidence in the global aviation system wavered. How could a plane disappear in 2014 and not be immediately tracked? The incident exposed gaps in aviation protocol that had never been taken seriously before. Commercial planes did not transmit real-time location data outside of radar range. Black boxes could not be accessed remotely. Tracking beacons were limited, manually activated, or reliant on equipment damaged in a crash. In short, there were blind spots so large, they allowed a Boeing 777 to vanish for hours, then be searched for across oceans without success. As a result, the aviation industry initiated changes. The International Civil Aviation Organization introduced new regulations requiring improved tracking systems that could report a plane's position every 15 minutes, or more frequently during distress. Proposals were made for deployable black boxes, ones that could eject and float in case of water impact. Airlines updated satellite communication protocols, but the elephant in the room remained. These were answers for the next mystery, not for MH370. Over the years, numerous independent researchers have kept the case alive. Some have proposed new search areas based on refined interpretations of satellite handshake data. Others used machine learning and AI to model ocean drift more precisely, hoping to better predict where fuselage fragments might eventually surface. But each passing year pushes the wreck farther into the deep, physically and metaphorically. Salt water corrodes, barnacles grow, currents scatter, and yet the story endures. For some, the mystery of MH370 is infuriating. They demand facts, answers, coordinates, but for others it has become something more symbolic. A reminder that even in a world of constant surveillance, we are not all seeing. That for all our confidence in data and precision, the unknown still lingers just beyond the horizon. There is also the eerie poetry of it, the last great aviation mystery, in a world that believes there are no more. The idea that a modern airliner could write its final chapter off the edge of our maps is a haunting one, but also a deeply human one. The passengers were from all walks of life: students, scientists, artists, business people. They boarded a red-eye flight expecting movies, a meal, and sleep. Some were traveling home, others were leaving it. They never imagined their journey would be anything more than routine, and perhaps that's the cruelest twist, that something so extraordinary could happen in a moment so ordinary. Today, the flight number MH370 is no longer used. Its absence is its presence. Books have been written, films have been made, and for every speculative theory, there is a quiet truth. 239 lives ended somewhere in the dark, over the Indian Ocean. Not with a scream, not with a bang, but with a silence that continues to echo through the aviation world. The greatest irony is that the most advanced aircraft of its time, with the most redundant safety systems, left the fewest answers. And while the ocean may one day return its secrets, when the right sonar pass crosses the right ridge, or a fragment washes ashore on the right tide, until that day, MH370 remains a monument not to failure, but to the limits of knowing. On the night of April 4, 1943, a U.S. Army Air Force's B-24D Liberator, nicknamed Lady Be Good, lifted off from Solich Airfield in Libya, headed for a bombing mission over Naples, Italy. It was part of the 376th Bombardment Group, flying one of its first combat operations. The aircraft carried 9 crew members, all young Americans, most on their first mission. They were not seasoned veterans. They were students of war, newly trained, eager and anxious, flying over a continent consumed by conflict. The mission was not especially unusual. Many bombers departed that evening, under similar orders. But for Lady Be Good, something went wrong. After completing its bombing run, though some reports suggest it may have turned back early due to mechanical trouble or confusion, the aircraft failed to return to base. No distress signal was received. No visual contact was made. As the rest of the formation landed in the darkness, Lady Be Good was simply missing. At the time, commanders assumed the aircraft had been lost over the Mediterranean. It was a logical conclusion. Many bombers that went down did so in flames, struck by anti-aircraft fire, or lost to mechanical failure. The sea was a common grave. For years that was the narrative, a routine loss in the chaos of war. But 16 years later, in 1959, a British oil exploration team flying over the Libyan desert spotted something strange. The fuselage of a B-24 Liberator, lying eerily intact, half buried in sand, hundreds of miles south of where it was supposed to be. The aircraft had not crashed into the sea. It had flown into the Sahara, deep into one of the harshest, most desolate landscapes on Earth. What investigators found stunned them. The Lady Be Good had landed in the open desert, its gear partially retracted, one engine still upright. The fuselage was remarkably well preserved by the dry climate. Inside were canteens, food rations, logbooks, parachutes, everything untouched. Even the .50 caliber machine guns were in working order. The radio still functioned. A thermos still held drinkable water. It was as if the plane had come to rest, gently, in the middle of nowhere, and waited. There were no crew inside. Over the following months, recovery teams uncovered more disturbing clues. Several parachutes were missing. Maps were gone. Survival supplies had been removed. And then, in 1960, the first human remains were discovered, nearly 85 miles north of the crash site. Over time, 8 of the 9 crew members were found, scattered in small groups, all headed north in the same direction. They had bailed out, survived the landing, and set off on foot, believing they were closer to the coast than they actually were. The desert had tricked them. The horizon, endless and flat, offered no scale. They had landed thinking they were near home. In reality, They were over 400 miles from the nearest outpost. With only a few canteens of water and no working radio, they began the impossible march north towards salvation that never came. Investigators pieced together the likely scenario. Disoriented after nightfall and navigating only by dead reckoning, the pilot overshot the Libyan coast on the return leg. With no visual cues and limited experience flying in pitch darkness over featureless terrain, they mistook the vast sands of the Sahara for the dark waters of the sea. Running low on fuel, they likely ordered the crew to bail out. The plane, still trimmed for flight, continued on its own, unpiloted, before gliding gently into the desert floor. Lady Be Good had landed herself. The discovery of the Lady Be Good and the fate of its crew remains one of the most haunting and poignant aviation mysteries of World War II. Not because the facts are in dispute, but because of what they reveal about the thin line between survival and silence, between hope and the brutal indifference of the desert. When the crew bailed out, they had no way of knowing just how far off course they truly were. Believing they had overflown their base and dropped into the Mediterranean Sea, they thought they would splash down and be rescued. Instead, they floated into utter desolation. The desert's stillness is deceiving. From the air, the Sahara can resemble the dark void of a sea at night, especially without moonlight. To young men relying on basic visual cues and rudimentary navigation, there would have been no obvious signal they were above land rather than water. When they landed on the sand and realized they were on solid ground, they must have believed they were on the fringes of the Libyan coastline. The decision to head north was logical. It was the direction of home. But it was a deadly miscalculation. As recovery teams followed their footsteps years later, a heartbreaking narrative emerged, a journey of unimaginable endurance. The crew, despite being dehydrated and exhausted, managed to walk over 85 miles in the scorching desert heat. Diaries found near the bodies revealed their determination and slow decline. The last entries, written in trembling hands, spoke of unbearable thirst, of sandstorms, of limbs failing one by one. And still they walked. One of the most harrowing stories came from the remains of Tech Sergeant Harold Ripslinger, whose body was found farthest from the wreckage, almost 100 miles to the north. He had survived longer than the others, continuing the trek alone after his crewmates had succumbed. His final footprints were recorded in the sand, a trail stretching for miles before vanishing beneath the dunes. He had carried a pistol, likely as protection, but also perhaps as a last option. He never used it. Instead, he walked until his body gave out. The only crew member never recovered was Bombardier Lieutenant John S. Waravka, believed to have perished during the parachute descent. A chute was found tangled on a rock shelf with remains nearby. The other 8 had survived the jump, found each other, and made the decision to move together toward the horizon. They carried with them the barest essentials, canteens with a few sips of water, a handful of rations, and the blind will to live. The aircraft itself, sitting silently for 16 years before being rediscovered, became a ghost monument. The desert preserved it in stunning condition. Inside were logbooks, coffee flasks, even personal letters that could still be read. Bullet belts lay across benches. Everything was untouched, as though time had paused. It was a snapshot of a moment that had moved on without anyone noticing. When the US military began its formal recovery operation in the early 1960s, the Lady Be Good was disassembled and its components brought back for analysis. Some parts were repurposed into other aircraft. In an unsettling twist, several planes using salvaged parts from the Lady Be Good experienced mechanical failures, and in one case, a fatal crash. These incidents fed rumors that the aircraft was cursed, that the desert had imbued it with something that should not have been disturbed. Of course, engineers largely dismissed such claims, citing coincidence and wear. But the symbolism was impossible to ignore. A plane that had drifted for hours without guidance, that had landed itself and waited 2 decades to be found, now seemed reluctant to be torn apart. To some, it felt like a machine that had survived more than it should have, and resented being brought back into service. Meanwhile, the story of the crew became something of legend within the Air Force. Their endurance facing the most hostile environment on Earth without training, gear, or direction was quietly memorialized. Some squadrons hung photos of the Lady Be Good in their ready rooms as a reminder of what it meant to go down and still press forward. Others treated it as a cautionary tale about navigation, about miscommunication, and about the quiet dangers that come not from enemy fire, but from nature's vast, unmarked silence. By the mid-1960s, the Lady Be Good had transcended its role as a wartime aircraft and become something more, a symbol of endurance, mystery, and the hidden cost of human error in a world ruled by distance and chance. Its story was recounted in books, documentaries, and military circles not simply because of the tragic loss of life, but because of how eerily it had returned from the void. Most aircraft lost in World War II were never seen again. This one came back whole, almost unscarred, waiting to tell its story. That story, as historians would piece together over time, was not one of enemy attack or sabotage, but of misnavigation, compounded by youth, inexperience, and the cruel illusions of war. The B-24 Liberator was a powerful bomber, but its instrumentation and communication systems were still primitive by modern standards. Navigation relied heavily on visual fixes, dead reckoning, and radio bearings, all of which could be thrown off by darkness, weather, and fatigue. Lady Be Good's crew had taken off late in the day. After many delays, they were flying into the night, over featureless terrain, without ground lights, landmarks, or radar. The Italian coast had been clouded by poor visibility. Some historians believe the crew never dropped their bombs and may have turned back early, but in the confusion of the return flight, over black, moonless terrain, they mistook the desert for ocean, overshot their base, and flew into the interior of Libya without realizing it. They were likely still in the air for 2 more hours, expecting at any moment to spot the Libyan coastline, but it never came. At around 2 a.m., running low on fuel, they bailed out, and yet the aircraft didn't dive or crash. It simply glided, lightened by the absence of crew and fuel, until it settled on the desert floor with minimal damage. For 16 years, it sat there undisturbed, a skeletal guardian of its own unanswered questions. In time, parts of the Lady Be Good were distributed to museums, airbases, and private collections. Its propellers, landing gear, and radio were examined, studied, and preserved, but many felt uncomfortable dismantling something so perfectly entombed by the desert. For decades, its resting place became a kind of pilgrimage site for those in the military and aviation communities. It was a place to reflect, not on battle, but on human limits, on how, even without enemy fire, a mission could go so terribly wrong. The final legacy of the crew lives not in headlines, but in the recovered diary entries and last letters, written in pencil, faded but intact. They speak of heat, of thirst, of hope slowly eroding into desperation. One crew member wrote until the day he died, chronicling each step they took, each ration they divided. Another described how they debated turning back, how they clung to the idea that any moment, rescue would arrive. These writings offer a rare and devastating window into the psychology of survival. There was no panic, only the slow realization of isolation, and the aching desire to reach someone, somewhere, and all the while behind them over the dunes, their plane had come down safely. If they had only stayed with it, if they had known how far inland they were, rescue might have come, but they couldn't have known. In that landscape, direction meant nothing. Distance played tricks, and belief, however courageous, could not bend the sand. The Lady Be Good became a metaphor, not just for a mission gone wrong, but for the price of uncertainty, for the faith we place in systems, in instruments, in plans that feel solid until they vanish into the air. It reminded the world, especially the military, that the Earth still has places where answers go to die. In later years, American search and recovery teams applied lessons from this case to improve desert survival training. Pilots learned to better interpret terrain, rescue beacons became more durable and reliable. GPS would eventually erase the kind of disorientation that doomed Lady Be Good's crew, but the emotional weight of the story never faded. Not for the families, not for those who recovered the bodies, and not for anyone who saw the images of the silent bomber, resting unbroken under an ocean of sand. Today, fragments of the aircraft can still be found in Libyan museums, in the Smithsonian, and in U.S. Air Force heritage collections. But its greatest remains are the echoes of footsteps in the sand, of names nearly forgotten, of courage in the face of nothingness. The Lady Be Good did not die in battle. She wasn't shot down or bombed. She simply flew too far. Her crew was not lost to chaos or cowardice. They were lost to geography, to night, and to the illusion that they were close when they were impossibly far. It is a reminder that some of the greatest disappearances aren't caused by the strange or supernatural, but by small decisions, layered misunderstandings, and the silence of landscapes that do not forgive. On the night of December 29, 1972, Eastern Airlines Flight 401 lifted off from New York's JFK Airport, bound for Miami International, aboard the Lockheed L-1011 TriStar, a sleek, wide-body jet considered cutting-edge for its time, were 163 passengers and 13 crew members. It was a routine flight, a holiday season journey toward the warmth of Florida, piloted by an experienced crew and flying under clear skies. But what should have been a standard landing at Miami turned into one of the most shocking tragedies in American aviation history, not because of enemy action or weather, but because of a single tiny light bulb. As the aircraft approached Miami, the crew prepared for landing. First Officer Albert Stockstill lowered the landing gear and expected to see 3 green lights on the instrument panel, one for each gear, confirming that all wheels were locked and down. But the nose gear light never illuminated. The gear lever clicked, the system's word. But the green light for the nose gear remained dark. Concerned that the nose gear might not be properly deployed, Captain Bob Loft, Stockstill, and flight engineer Don Repo began troubleshooting. Loft instructed Stockstill to maintain the aircraft at 2,000 feet while the crew investigated the issue. They disengaged autopilot, kept the jet in a holding pattern, and began examining the indicator. What they didn't know was that the gear itself had fully deployed. The light bulb behind the nose gear indicator had simply burned out. As the cockpit crew focused on the problem, no one noticed that the aircraft was gradually descending. In the dim glow of the cockpit, with eyes fixed on the instrument panel and hands adjusting circuit panels, the plane slipped silently toward the ground. There were no storm warnings, no visibility problems, but as minutes passed, the TriStar descended below its assigned altitude. The autopilot, which had been engaged in altitude hold mode, had likely switched modes without the crew noticing, and the aircraft began a slow, imperceptible descent. Ground radar operators also failed to issue an immediate warning. At 11:42 p.m., Flight 401 crashed into the dark swamps of the Everglades, just 18 miles west of the airport. The impact tore through the fuselage, scattering wreckage across the wetlands. 101 people died instantly or shortly after, including Captain Loft and First Officer Stockstill. Miraculously, 75 people survived, many pulled from the muck by fellow passengers, first responders, and rescue crews wading waist-deep through gator-infested waters. The crash investigation revealed a cascade of tiny errors: a burned-out light, a distracted flight crew, a misunderstood autopilot function, and a failure of systems to alert the pilots that they were descending. The official cause was labeled crew error, and the incident became a textbook case in the aviation world, a chilling lesson in how distraction, even over a minor technical glitch, can turn fatal when situational awareness is lost. But the story of Flight 401 doesn't end with the crash. In the months and years that followed, something strange began to happen. Employees of Eastern Airlines, particularly those working on the same model of aircraft, the L-1011 TriStar, began reporting sightings of 2 figures aboard their planes, Captain Bob Loft and flight engineer Don Repo. Flight attendants described seeing Loft's ghostly figure sitting in first class before takeoff, only to vanish before being approached. Others claimed that Repo appeared in the lower galley during inspections, warning them about mechanical faults that, when checked, turned out to be real. One pilot even reported seeing Repo's reflection in a cockpit window, though no one else was in the cockpit at the time. Most unnervingly, many of these reports were tied to aircraft that had been fitted with salvaged parts from Flight 401. In the weeks following the crash, Eastern Airlines salvaged several undamaged components from the wreckage of Flight 401. Given the cost of aircraft parts and the complexity of the L-1011 fleet, reusing viable components was considered standard practice. These parts were quietly installed into other TriStars in the airline's rotation. At the time, no one could have anticipated what would follow: a string of ghost stories, sightings, and eerie mechanical anomalies, all tied to the very aircraft that now carried the soul of 401 within their bolts and wires. The reports began quietly. Almost reluctantly, a flight attendant mentioned seeing a man in a pilot's uniform sitting quietly in first class. She thought he was a deadheading officer, until he vanished before her eyes. Another crew member claimed to hear knocking sounds from a storage compartment that contained one of the aircraft's reused avionics panels. When opened, it was empty. Maintenance personnel whispered about cold spots in galleys, flickering lights, or unexplained audio feedback in systems that had previously functioned flawlessly. But the most chilling accounts came from flight crews. On one occasion, a captain preparing for takeoff in a TriStar reportedly refused to fly after encountering a man in a flight engineer's uniform, already seated in the cockpit. The figure looked at him, nodded, and said, "There will be no problems on this flight." The man vanished. The captain, upon being shown photos of Eastern personnel, is said to have identified the figure as Don Repo, the flight engineer who had died in the crash. The flight that followed departed and landed without incident, but the story quickly spread among Eastern staff. Another incident, widely repeated in both written reports and employee rumor mills, involved a flight attendant serving meals during a routine flight. When she greeted a uniformed officer sitting in a jump seat, again not listed on the manifest, he didn't respond. Alarmed, she brought a colleague. By the time they returned, the seat was empty. The attendant was so shaken she required medical attention upon landing. There was a pattern. Every sighting occurred aboard aircraft containing salvaged parts from Flight 401. Every apparition was identified, consistently and without contradiction, as either Captain Loft or Flight Engineer Repo. And almost all encounters were followed by some sort of system warning or mechanical diagnosis that prevented a failure or revealed a previously undetected issue. In time, these ghostly visitors were no longer seen as threats, but as guardian presences haunting reminders, perhaps of their unfinished duty. The strange stories began to stack up. Eventually, they reached Eastern's corporate offices, where executives were less amused. Concerned about morale, public relations and potential liability, they launched internal inquiries. While official memos denied any supernatural activity, employees were warned not to talk to the media about unauthorized stories, and all public relations staff were instructed to steer reporters away from ghost-related questions. Still, the stories leaked. In 1974, journalist and paranormal author John G. Fuller published The Ghost of Flight 401, a book that detailed many of the first-hand accounts from Eastern employees. Fuller claimed to have conducted over 200 interviews with flight attendants, pilots, ground crew and mechanics, many of whom requested anonymity. The book became a bestseller, fueling further public fascination and cementing Flight 401 as not just a tragedy, but a legend. Some readers dismissed the tales as exaggeration, a product of collective trauma or guilt among Eastern employees still grappling with the loss. Psychologists pointed to grief hallucinations and workplace folklore, a phenomenon where shared trauma manifests in symbolic sightings or communal myths. But others, including several Eastern insiders, insisted the events were too consistent, too detailed, and too credible to dismiss entirely. Eastern Airlines quietly removed all salvaged parts from its fleet within 2 years. The ghost stories began to fade, but for those who lived through the sightings, the meaning endured. Today, the story of Flight 401 lives in a strange space, hovering between documented fact and whispered folklore. The crash itself is beyond question, thoroughly investigated and recorded in aviation history as a cautionary tale about distraction, system redundancy, and the importance of crew resource management. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, concluded that the crash was the result of a preoccupation with a minor equipment issue, leading the flight crew to become unaware of their descent until it was too late. This single oversight ushered in massive reforms in cockpit procedure, including the creation of what is now known as Crew Resource Management, CRM, a standardized system that encourages clear communication, task delegation, and shared awareness among pilots and engineers. But the ghost stories, those have never been formally addressed by any aviation authority. They remain outside the scope of technical investigation, and yet they endure precisely because they come from credible people, not casual thrill seekers. These weren't stories from passengers seeking attention, or fans of the paranormal trying to chase headlines. These were pilots, flight attendants, and mechanics, trained professionals with everything to lose by speaking out. Many shared their stories only with colleagues. Some were never willing to go on the record. One pilot, speaking years later, under the condition of anonymity, said, "I saw Repo. I know what I saw. He looked right at me. He didn't say anything, but I knew it was him. We had the part of 401's galley in that plane. I'd seen pictures from the memorial bulletin. That was his face." Flight crews who reported sightings described no fear, only a surreal, dreamlike clarity, as though the spirits were watchful, not vengeful. Their presence, if anything, seemed to prevent problems, not cause them. Numerous stories describe last-minute inspections prompted by eerie warnings or uncanny feelings, often uncovering mechanical issues that could have escalated mid-flight. Don Repo, in particular, seemed to reappear in technical compartments, crouched beneath floor panels or near the avionics bay. He was seen by engineers, always silent, sometimes pointing. In one case, an avionics technician was allegedly startled to find Repo's figure in the reflection of a screen, moments before discovering a critical wiring short that had been overlooked. The technician later described it as an unspoken alert. Captain Bob Loft, meanwhile, was most often seen in passenger cabins, usually before takeoff. One of the earliest reported encounters came from a stewardess preparing the cabin for boarding. She spotted Loft seated in uniform, staring forward. Assuming he was a deadheading pilot, she approached to confirm his seat assignment, only for the figure to vanish before her eyes. The stewardess, who had never met Loft in life, later identified him in a photograph shown during a staff safety review. Not every account was accepted without skepticism. Some higher-ups at Eastern dismissed the reports as psychological stress reactions, understandable, given that many employees had lost friends and co-workers in the crash. The company's stance was pragmatic. Stories were neither confirmed nor investigated. What mattered was keeping planes in the air and passengers unaware. Eastern quietly decommissioned or relocated every salvaged part from Flight 401 by 1974, after internal pressure from union reps and crew members who refused to work certain aircraft. But by then, the story had already left the hangars and taken root in public imagination. In 1978, a made-for-television movie titled The Ghost of Flight 401 aired, dramatizing the crash and the reported hauntings. It featured dramatized versions of Repo and Loft appearing on later flights, delivering cryptic warnings and offering protection to future passengers. While fictionalized, the film cemented the legend for a generation of viewers. It wasn't just an accident anymore, it was a mystery, a haunting, a message. To this day, the crash site remains in the Everglades, marked only by small memorials and private pilgrimages from families and aviation enthusiasts. The swamp has reclaimed much of the wreckage. Parts of the fuselage lie buried beneath mud, water, and reeds. But when the water is low, twisted aluminum and shattered components can still be found, quiet remnants of the disaster that changed not just aviation safety, but the way we think about presence, legacy, and the fine line between the living and the remembered. Eastern Airlines itself ceased operations in 1991. But among aviation historians and ghost story collectors alike, it is remembered most vividly for Flight 401, not because it was the worst crash of its time, but because the story refused to stay on the ground. For many in the industry, the tale of Flight 401 is not just about death or disaster, it's about devotion to duty, to aircraft, to those who come after. The idea that Captain Loft and Don Repo returned, not to haunt, but to help, remains one of the most striking themes in all of aviation folklore. And whether you believe in ghosts or not, the story offers something rare, a tragedy that transformed not into fear, but into vigilance. A haunting that whispered, not screamed, a loss that somehow found a voice again, in quiet warnings and watchful eyes. On December 5, 1945, at 2:10 p.m., 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers roared off the tarmac at Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale in Florida, banking sharply into formation as they climbed into the afternoon sky. Known collectively as Flight 19, the aircraft carried 14 airmen, a mix of experienced instructors and young trainees, on a routine navigation training mission. The flight was scheduled to take them east into the Atlantic, then north, then southwest, in a triangular route that would return them safely home by sunset. But Flight 19 never returned. Instead, it became the origin story of the Bermuda Triangle myth, a tale so strange, so full of contradictions and eerie transmissions, that it sparked nearly 80 years of speculation, paranoia, and folklore. The planes did not encounter enemy fire. There was no known storm, no distress call ever reached base. And despite an immediate and massive search effort, no wreckage was ever found. The story of Flight 19 has since become aviation legend, not just because of its tragedy, but because of what it seemed to defy: logic, visibility, direction, and control. The 5 aircraft were Grumman TBM Avengers, sturdy warbirds designed for long-range patrols and naval strikes. They were reliable, well-tested, and capable of taking punishment. Leading the flight was Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor, a combat veteran with significant experience flying over open ocean. The rest of the crew were relatively new, but had completed similar exercises before. Their route was straightforward: fly 123 nautical miles east over the ocean, turn north for 73 miles, then return southwest to the base. For the first portion of the flight, everything appeared normal. Radio logs indicate that Taylor and the others maintained formation and navigation, but just after 3:40 p.m., things began to unravel. Taylor radioed control, saying, "Both my compasses are out, and I'm trying to find Fort Lauderdale. I'm over land, but it's broken. I'm sure I'm in the Keys." That statement immediately alarmed controllers. The Florida Keys are southwest of Fort Lauderdale, exactly opposite from where Taylor should have been. Radar coverage was limited at the time, but based on his original route, Taylor was likely still over the Bahamas, hundreds of miles east of his assumed position. Somehow, he had become hopelessly disoriented, and the rest of the flight, dependent on his lead, followed suit. What followed over the next few hours was a slow-motion disaster, broadcast live over Navy radio. The flight continued to drift off course. Taylor insisted they turn northeast away from Florida, deeper into the Atlantic. Other pilots expressed concern. One transmission reportedly caught a voice saying, "If we would just fly west, we would get home." But Taylor remained in command, convinced they were heading toward the Gulf of Mexico and needed to cut back across Florida from the east. Weather worsened. The sun began to set. Fuel ran low. At 6:20 p.m., Taylor's final transmission was received. "All planes close up tight. We'll have to ditch unless landfall. When the first plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together." Then silence. The last known words from Flight 19 echoed through the radios of the control tower at Fort Lauderdale, as the skies above the Atlantic darkened and the wind began to pick up. On land, Navy personnel scrambled to triangulate the group's final position based on Taylor's confusing signals, but the aircraft had drifted so far off course that no accurate fix could be established. Without transponders, satellites, or modern radar coverage, their exact location remained an educated guess at best. As the night set in, the urgency escalated. The planes were running dangerously low on fuel, and the weather was deteriorating. It was estimated that the Avengers would be forced to ditch sometime after 7 p.m., most likely in high seas. The water temperatures were cold, the winds strong, and the ocean unforgiving. Navy command knew that even if the crew survived the crash landings, their chances of surviving the night in rough open water were slim. But the tragedy didn't end with Flight 19. At 7:27 p.m., a Martin PBM-5 Mariner flying boat, designated Training 49, took off from Naval Air Station Banana River with a 13-man rescue crew aboard. The aircraft was tasked with locating and assisting Flight 19, dropping life rafts, and coordinating any possible retrieval of survivors. Less than 20 minutes after takeoff, the Mariner vanished as well. No distress call, no radar signal, just another silence. A nearby merchant ship, the SS Gaines Mills, reported seeing a large fireball in the sky around the same time the Mariner disappeared. The explosion appeared sudden and complete. Investigators later concluded that the Mariner likely exploded mid-air, a known risk due to the aircraft's tendency to leak fuel vapor. But even so, no wreckage from the rescue plane was ever recovered. In a matter of hours, the Navy had lost 6 aircraft and 27 men. The next morning, a massive search effort was launched, one of the largest in peacetime history. Over the next 5 days, more than 300 aircraft and 21 ships scoured the Atlantic from the Florida coast to the Bahamas and deep into the Gulf Stream. They searched around the clock, flying grid patterns, dragging sonar equipment, scanning the sea with spotlights and radar. But not a single piece of confirmed debris from Flight 19 was found. No oil slick, no seat cushion, no bodies. The ocean had swallowed everything. The official Navy Board of Investigation was convened shortly afterward. Its findings were troubled and inconclusive. Initially, the board blamed Lieutenant Taylor for becoming disoriented and leading the flight off course, but that conclusion was later softened, acknowledging that his compasses had failed, and he may have genuinely believed he was over the Gulf of Mexico. Eventually, the official verdict was changed to cause unknown. This ambiguity, paired with the total disappearance of 6 planes, fueled one of the most enduring mysteries in modern aviation. Journalists began referring to the Flight 19 case, not simply as a tragedy, but as a phenomenon. By the 1950s, writers and researchers had begun stitching it together with other stories of aircraft and ships vanishing in the same region. By the 1960s, the term Bermuda Triangle had been coined, and Flight 19 was its first and most famous ghost. In the decades that followed the disappearance of Flight 19, the incident transformed from a sobering military loss into a touchstone of global mystery, a keystone in the mythology of the Bermuda Triangle, that vast nebulous stretch of ocean bounded loosely by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. It wasn't just the loss of 5 planes that drew fascination, it was the total erasure of every trace, the breakdown of navigation in clear weather, and the mystifying final transmissions that hinted at confusion, electromagnetic anomalies, and a creeping sense of dread. Books like Vincent Gaddis's Invisible Horizons, 1965, and Charles Berlitz's The Bermuda Triangle, 1974, brought the Flight 19 mystery to the masses. Berlitz's book in particular catapulted the story into pop culture, blending speculation with science, and suggesting that unknown forces, magnetic anomalies, time warps, or extraterrestrial intervention might be to blame for the vanishing. Though widely criticized by scientists and skeptics, the book sold millions and solidified the Flight 19 legend in the public imagination. But behind the speculation, the facts of the case remain deeply unsettling, even without the paranormal. Aviation experts point out that magnetic compass errors are not uncommon in that region, due to the natural variance in the Earth's magnetic field. It's entirely plausible that Taylor's navigation equipment failed, or that he doubted his instruments due to spatial disorientation. If Taylor did believe he was over the Gulf of Mexico, his orders to fly northeast would have taken the squadron further into the Atlantic, farther from land, from fuel, and from help. Compounding this was the fact that Taylor was a last-minute replacement for the mission. He had not flown the exact training route before, and may have misinterpreted the exercise's intended path. Adding to the confusion were radio communication difficulties. Several transcripts from that afternoon show overlapping transmissions, missed cues, and garbled messages. Flight 19's ability to receive transmissions from the base weakened the farther they drifted east. Likewise, ground stations could hear Taylor intermittently, but were often unable to send guidance back. It was a two-way failure, one that meant neither side could fully understand the other. The students flying under Taylor's command were largely silent on the radio. Inexperience and military protocol likely kept them from challenging their commander. But a few transmissions suggest that at least 1 or 2 of them realized something was wrong. One voice, picked up by Fort Lauderdale, reportedly said, "Damn it, if we just headed west, we'd get home." But by then, the group had flown too far into the open sea. Fuel reserves were critically low. Night had fallen, there was no turning back. Even the weather played its part. Though initial reports listed conditions as clear, later analyses suggested the formation may have encountered scattered squalls and light turbulence. These would have made visual orientation even more difficult, especially over a flat, featureless expanse of ocean. With no visible land, no stars, and malfunctioning instruments, the crew was navigating blind. The idea that all 5 aircraft could disappear without a trace might seem impossible, but the Avenger torpedo bombers were built for strength, not buoyancy. If they ditched at sea, they would have sunk quickly, especially in rough water. The Atlantic's Gulf Stream, with its rapid currents, could have scattered debris far from the impact site within hours. And with search efforts delayed by darkness and bad coordinates, the chances of recovery were slim. Still, it's hard to shake the feeling that Flight 19 was lost to something deeper than bad luck. The PBM-5 Mariner rescue plane only adds to the mystery. That it too vanished within minutes of launch, without a call for help, feels too coincidental. While the Navy chalked its loss up to a probable fuel vapor explosion, a known issue with the Mariner design, the double disappearance on the same night, in the same region, only amplified rumors of an area cursed, haunted, or governed by forces beyond our understanding. Today, Flight 19 is memorialized at Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale Museum, where plaques honor the lost crew. Their names, faces, and final mission are remembered not just as a wartime tragedy, but as an enduring question. Over the years, expeditions have sought to locate the wrecks using sonar and remote-operated vehicles, combing the seafloor east of Florida and the Bahamas. None have succeeded. Not one rivet, not one wing. And yet, the mystery of Flight 19 persists not because of what we know, but because of what we never found. It is a story of direction lost, communication failed, and time suspended, of planes that flew into routine skies and exited into myth. For some, it will always be the first proof of the Bermuda Triangle's strange hold. For others, it is a reminder of human vulnerability, of how even in disciplined formation, things can fall apart. But for all, it is a moment frozen in air, 5 silhouettes fading into dusk, swallowed by an ocean that never said where they went. On March 16, 1962, a Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation, operated by the Flying Tiger Line, lifted off from Andersen Air Force Base in Guam, bound for Clark Air Base in the Philippines. Aboard were 107 people, including 93 U.S. Army soldiers, 3 South Vietnamese military personnel, and an 11-member civilian flight crew. The aircraft's purpose was described as a routine military transport, but nearly everything about Flight 739's mission would soon become cloaked in mystery. Roughly 80 minutes into the flight, as the plane cruised at 18,000 feet over the Philippine Sea, it vanished without a trace. No emergency transmission was received, no distress signal was activated, no radar anomalies were noted. The plane simply disappeared. In the hours that followed, panic and confusion set in. Andersen Air Force Base had no communication from the flight past 2:22 a.m., and Clark Air Base never received any sign of its approach. The U.S. military launched a massive search operation, mobilizing 48 aircraft, 8 naval vessels, and 1,300 personnel across an area spanning over 144,000 square miles of open ocean. For 8 days, the effort combed the skies and seas for any sign of life, wreckage, or floating debris. They found nothing. There were no oil slicks, no floating seat cushions, no life vests or cargo containers. The only clue, a vague report from the SSTL, Lenzen, a civilian tanker sailing in the region, was that the crew saw a bright flash of light in the sky around the same time the super constellation would have passed overhead. Some interpreted this as evidence of an in-flight explosion, but the ship's position, visibility, and timing could not confirm anything conclusive. When the search was finally called off, the military released a statement. The aircraft had presumably exploded mid-air and crashed into the sea. All 107 souls were declared missing, presumed dead, but without a single recovered body or scrap of debris. Flight 739 quickly evolved from a wartime loss into a haunting enigma. What made this disappearance especially eerie was its total silence. The Lockheed Super Constellation was a 4-engine long-range aircraft capable of extensive communication. Its crew was highly trained. If there had been mechanical failure, turbulence, or sabotage, a radio call would almost certainly have been made. The complete absence of any final message suggested something sudden, catastrophic, and perhaps more mysterious. In the aftermath of the disappearance, grieving families were left with more questions than answers. Unlike combat casualties or accidents with wreckage and burials, Flight 739 offered no closure, only silence. Parents, spouses, and siblings were notified by telegram, often with vague or contradictory language. The military confirmed the loss, but provided no explanation beyond the speculative possible explosion based on a light seen in the sky. For many, that wasn't enough. The mystery deepened further when families learned that Flight 739 was not simply transporting troops for routine training, as initially stated. Some of the passengers, particularly the South Vietnamese officers and a few U.S. personnel, had ambiguous roles, with unclear assignments and no public mission documentation. This led to theories that the flight was part of a covert operation, possibly linked to early CIA involvement in Vietnam, which was then ramping up behind closed doors before the war officially escalated. Supporting this idea was the fact that Flight 739 departed in secrecy, with no press coverage or formal acknowledgement. Even among the families of the US soldiers aboard, there were inconsistencies. Some believed their loved ones were headed for training in the Philippines. Others had been told vaguely that it was part of a security operation or special deployment. No one could confirm exactly what the mission was, and once the plane disappeared, so did the paper trail. This void of information allowed a storm of theories to take root. Some believed that the aircraft may have been sabotaged from within, that a bomb was planted on board by an infiltrator or someone involved in the mission. Others suspected external sabotage, perhaps from hostile forces seeking to disrupt US presence in Southeast Asia. A more extreme theory proposed that the aircraft was deliberately downed by friendly fire or intercepted due to the nature of its cargo or passengers, perhaps carrying sensitive intelligence or defectors that could not be allowed to reach their destination. Fueling these ideas was a conspicuous lack of official investigation transparency. The US government did not release a detailed accident report for decades. What was eventually made public was sparse, confirming the disappearance, the broad timeline, the search efforts, and the presumed loss of life, but offering no technical breakdown or deeper inquiry. Unlike other crashes, which often led to detailed NTSB-style investigations, Flight 739's case remained curiously thin. Meanwhile, the ship that reported the flash of light, the SSTL Lenzen, could only offer limited help. Though the timing aligned with when the aircraft would have been overhead, the crew never saw wreckage fall or heard an impact. It was just a brief illumination in the sky, an ambiguous event in a vast silent ocean. As the years passed, Flight 739 faded from public memory, eclipsed by the full-scale escalation of the Vietnam War and other high-profile aviation disasters. But for the families, the pain never faded. Neither did their push for recognition. In the decades since Flight 739 disappeared, its absence has remained one of the most confounding chapters in American military aviation history. The loss of 93 US soldiers, most of them young, newly trained, and en route to a mission never fully explained, continues to cast a long shadow. Families held on to letters sent before takeoff, clung to final phone calls, and reread service records looking for any hint of purpose. But there were no answers in those pages, just a haunting certainty they never came back, and no one could say exactly why. Adding insult to tragedy was the fact that the names of those lost aboard Flight 739 were not included on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. The reasoning: technically, the mission took place before the official start of the war, and the crash occurred outside a designated combat zone. That bureaucratic line, though coldly logical to record keepers, was devastating to families. These men had worn the uniform, boarded a military-chartered aircraft, and died en route to support an unfolding war. Their omission from the national record felt like a second disappearance, this time from memory. Among those who refused to let that happen was Annette Kirk, whose brother was among the soldiers lost on the flight. For decades, she and other families advocated for recognition, lobbying Congress, and speaking at veterans events. But progress was slow. For many years, Flight 739 was absent from textbooks, overlooked by historians, and buried beneath the cascade of later wartime losses. Then in 2021, something changed. Thanks to the efforts of wreaths across America, a granite memorial was finally erected in Columbia Falls, Maine, engraved with the names of all 107 people aboard Flight 739. The site, tranquil and ringed by evergreens, honors the soldiers, the flight crew, and the Vietnamese officers alike. Beneath their names is an inscription that speaks not of combat, but of mystery. In memory of those lost without a trace, whose final destination remains unknown, but whose service shall never be forgotten. The dedication ceremony brought surviving family members together, many of whom were meeting for the first time. They shared photos, stories, and fragments of remembrance that together painted a portrait of a flight filled with laughter, fear, duty, and promise. Young men barely into adulthood, some fresh from basic training, others veterans of earlier campaigns, all gone without explanation. But while the memorial brought comfort to some, it did not erase the questions that remain. How could a massive aircraft vanish in a relatively monitored part of the Pacific, in peacetime, without leaving a single trace? Why was there no black box transmission, no distress call, no floating debris? And why, after such an aggressive search effort, did the US military fail to recover even a rivet? Technological limitations of the era certainly played a role. Flight recorders in 1962 were rudimentary at best and not always recoverable. Oceanic surveillance relied heavily on radio triangulation and line-of-sight radar, systems easily confused or lost over vast featureless waters. And yet, the totality of the silence surrounding Flight 739 is hard to attribute solely to equipment failure. Some researchers, revisiting the case in the 2000s, floated a more chilling hypothesis that the aircraft may have fallen victim to an accidental missile strike during a covert weapons test. There were active military operations in the Pacific at the time, and training exercises occasionally overlapped with commercial and military aviation corridors. Could Flight 739 have flown into the wrong space at the wrong time? If so, would the military have acknowledged such an error during the delicate prelude to Vietnam escalation? This theory, like all others, lacks hard evidence. No whistleblower has come forward. No documents have surfaced, just the heavy weight of coincidence, silence, and distance. In the absence of closure, Flight 739 occupies a strange space between tragedy and enigma. It is one of the few military aviation disappearances in peacetime to result in the complete and utter loss of an aircraft, its crew, and its passengers, without wreckage, without voice recordings, without answers. And yet, in a way, it is precisely this silence that has ensured the flight is not forgotten. Each year, at the Columbia Falls Memorial, volunteers return to place wreaths at the stone. Not just as a gesture of patriotism, but as a quiet reminder, some sacrifices remain unsolved, and some missions never land. Among the trees, in the hush of Maine's wilderness, the ghost of Flight 739 lingers, not as a ghost in the traditional sense, but as a phantom of history, a presence that refuses to fade. Perhaps the plane did explode mid-air. Perhaps it broke apart in a storm cloud. Perhaps it dove into the sea without sound, sinking faster than the waves could ripple. Or perhaps its fate was something stranger, an act lost in time, sealed in a vault of classified documents, or simply swallowed by the vast, indifferent ocean. What remains is a story that defies easy answers. A flight took off. It never landed, and the world, for all its surveillance and science, still cannot say what happened in that dark, silent sky. In the decades following the disappearance of Flight 19, the 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers lost over the Atlantic in December 1945. As the years passed and the wreckage remained unfound, Flight 19 began to drift from the realm of historical tragedy into something far stranger. By the 1970s, it was no longer just a military anomaly. It was part of global folklore, inseparable from the growing legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Then, in the spring of 1970, something happened that reignited the mystery with a chilling, otherworldly twist. That night, just after 2 a.m., several amateur radio operators along the eastern coast of the United States, stretching from South Carolina to New Jersey, picked up an unusual shortwave transmission on a fading, crackling frequency. The signal was weak but unmistakably military in tone. The voice on the other end was male, American, calm but strained. The phrases came in broken patterns, punctuated by static and warble, but the meaning was clear. This is FT Meet. We are lost. We seem to be off course. Can't find land. Fuel is running low. Repeat. We can't find land. The call sign FT28 was partially intelligible, enough to freeze one listener in his seat. That was the very same designation used by Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor, the flight leader of the lost Flight 19. Other phrases, such as Avenger 5, holding formation, and visibility poor, also emerged amid the white noise, eerily consistent with the known final transmissions recorded from the doomed squadron in 1945. Among those listening was Harold Tolk, a retired Navy radio technician who had spent his wartime service decoding and relaying messages between aircraft and control towers in the Atlantic Theater. Now living in Virginia Beach, Tolk was tinkering with his ham radio when the signal caught his ear. At first he thought he was listening to a rebroadcast, a vintage transmission being played on a history segment or reenactment, but something felt off. The voice was too authentic, the urgency too real. and the background noise, it wasn't studio static, it was ocean noise. The faint whine of propellers, the distant crack of thunder. Tolk began to record. For just under 8 minutes, he captured the strange ghostly message. There was no station identification, no reply, no grounding in the present. Only the single, cycling voice of a man who seemed trapped in a loop, calling out into space, over and over, as if unaware that 25 years had passed. When the signal faded, it did so abruptly, like a switch had been thrown. Within minutes, other operators from Connecticut, North Carolina, and Delaware posted to early ham radio boards, asking if anyone else had heard the WWI plane distress signal. The reports lined up. The time, the frequency, the signature phrase, "We can't find land." At first most dismissed it as a hoax or rebroadcast. But when Tolk submitted his reel-to-reel tape to a local newspaper and later to an aviation historian at Norfolk Naval Station, questions began to emerge. The Navy never commented publicly, but insiders later admitted that the tape was anomalous, with sound markers that didn't align with modern equipment or known civilian broadcasts. The cadence, the phrasing, even the linguistic quirks matched those in official transcripts of Taylor's final transmissions. In fact, several words like vectoring and box pattern were no longer in active radio usage, having been replaced by newer jargon in the 1950s and 60s. Then came a more troubling possibility. What if the signal wasn't a hoax or a ghost replay, but a residual broadcast, some kind of atmospheric bounce, trapped or refracted in the ionosphere? Could it be possible, however unlikely, that under precise conditions, a radio wave from 1945 had been caught in orbit, bouncing between the sea, sky and upper atmosphere for a quarter century before falling back to Earth? The science behind such a theory is shaky at best, but not entirely dismissed. Experts in radio wave propagation confirm that long-wave signals can travel great distances, especially when bouncing between layers of the Earth's ionosphere. Under rare conditions, signals can refract, bend or even double back along strange routes. But 25 years, that seemed implausible. And even if it was somehow possible, why had the signal not been detected earlier? Why now? That's when the second transmission occurred. Just weeks after the first incident, in late April 1970, a second burst of mysterious radio chatter was intercepted. This time by a ham operator near Savannah, Georgia, named Eldon Strickland, who ran nightly sweeps on his high-gain rig, searching for rare skip signals and long-distance amateur transmissions. At 3:12 a.m., on a narrow band of frequency near 5 MHz, he heard the same voice Tolk had described weeks earlier, flat-toned, calm under pressure, delivering fragmented reports amid bursts of static. This time, the voice repeated, "Flight, Avenger, requesting position fix, weather closing, instruments unreliable, radio acting up, we can't find Fort Lauderdale." The phrases were nearly identical to those recorded during Flight 19's real disappearance in 1945. Strickland, already familiar with the original transcripts due to a lifelong interest in wartime aviation, immediately recognized the historical phrasing. He too began recording, this time capturing nearly 6 minutes of erratic, looping audio before the signal abruptly ended. When compared to Tolk's recording, the audio was uncannily similar, same cadence, tone and background noise. Both included atmospheric hiss, fading static, and what sounded like propeller drone and intermittent wind buffeting, as if the signal were being broadcast from an aircraft still airborne in stormy skies. The speaker's accent was neutral American, slightly formal in delivery, consistent with wartime military radio discipline. And again, just as before, no aircraft were missing in the region. No known broadcasts matched the format. No radio stations or reenactment groups claimed credit. The signal's source remained impossible to triangulate. It faded and returned unpredictably, never long enough to be located. By this point, the transmissions gained the nickname Flight 19½, not officially assigned, but coined by ham operators and paranormal enthusiasts to distinguish these echoes from the original disappearance. Soon, tabloid publications like Saga Magazine and Fate began running stories with headlines like "Ghost Squadron Calling Home," "Lost Flight Signals Surface 25 Years Later," "Bermuda Triangle Opens a Voice Channel." Speculation exploded. Some believed the broadcasts were an elaborate hoax, perhaps orchestrated by a former military tech with access to vintage equipment and historical knowledge. But the effort, and the realism, required to pull it off at the time would have been substantial. Creating authentic-sounding wartime transmissions with the correct modulation, fading tones and consistent atmospheric interference wasn't easy. It would have required precise analog tape looping, knowledge of radio wave propagation, and a level of secrecy no one ever stepped forward to claim. Others leaned toward more exotic theories. Paranormal researchers suggested that Flight 19 had somehow become trapped in a time loop, a ghost flight endlessly repeating its final moments in some atmospheric pocket, occasionally bleeding into our world via radio frequencies. This aligned with other Bermuda Triangle myths about space-time anomalies, magnetic interference, or dimensional overlays, though such claims have never found scientific support. Meanwhile, some scientists tried to keep the debate grounded. A team of researchers at the University of Florida's Atmospheric Science Department conducted experiments on long-distance radio wave reflection, theorizing that under very specific solar and atmospheric conditions, recorded radio waves could hypothetically bounce or scatter between layers of the ionosphere, creating what they called temporal refraction events. But they concluded that no known technology, military or civilian, could explain a 25-year-old broadcast re-emerging naturally, especially not with the clarity and consistency reported. Then came the third incident. In August 1970, a transatlantic cargo vessel named the Maribel Star, en route from Port-au-Prince to Norfolk, reported an unexplained radio contact during a nighttime storm. The ship's second officer, who held a shortwave operator's license, logged the following in the ship's bridge journal: 2:48 a.m. faint voice on channel 5.9 MHz, identifying as U.S. Navy aircraft, unable to confirm ID due to signal fade, claimed low fuel, over water, trying to reach land, sounded confused, requesting heading to Fort Lauderdale, attempted reply, no response, signal ended at 2:55 a.m. The coordinates noted placed the ship roughly 280 miles east of the Florida coast, well within the same region that Flight 19 was believed to have disappeared in 1945. The message, as recorded in the ship's logs, bore striking resemblance to the original Flight 19 emergency calls, further stoking fears that something deeper, perhaps residual, perhaps not, was echoing out from a rift in time, or space, or memory. By late 1970, the strange broadcasts attributed to Flight 19.5 had become more than an obscure ham radio curiosity. They had evolved into a modern maritime legend. The mysterious signals, their impossible timing, and the ghostly clarity of voices long presumed dead raised an uncomfortable question. Was it possible for a message, or a moment to be trapped in time, and still trying to reach us? Despite widespread interest, no government agency publicly acknowledged the signals. The U.S. Navy, when pressed by journalists, responded tersely, "We are unaware of any active transmissions fitting the description provided." Internal memos, later leaked by retired radio technicians, indicated that recordings were quietly reviewed, though no official investigation was ever launched. The phenomenon simply hovered outside the boundaries of science and belief, fascinating, but too unclassifiable to pursue. Many in the scientific community dismissed the signals as a psychological anomaly, the result of confirmation bias, mass suggestion, or amateur hoaxing. They argued that once the idea of ghost transmissions entered the public discourse, it became easier for people to hear what they expected. Radio is an imperfect medium. Static is open to interpretation. A crackle here, a pattern there, and suddenly you're decoding desperation from white noise. But others weren't so quick to dismiss. In 1971, a private research group known as Project Echo Mirror, composed of radio physicists and fringe researchers, began tracking reports of unusual shortwave phenomena in the Atlantic corridor. Over 6 months they recorded 18 anomalous signal bursts, 5 of which bore striking similarities to WWI-era aviation phrasing. None were long enough to triangulate. All ended abruptly. Despite the data, they were unable to determine source, origin, or content beyond scattered syllables and fragments. Their report was shelved. The ham radio community, however, kept listening. Over the years, stories surfaced intermittently: a Florida fisherman hearing a faint SOS through a rusted emergency receiver, a cargo ship captain recalling a midnight echo of a voice calling for a heading to base. Even a transatlantic pilot in the early 1980s reportedly caught a faint signal over his headset: "We must be over the Gulf, can't be right, everything is wrong." But none of these were recorded, and as satellite communications advanced, the analog airwaves that had once carried such voices began to fall silent. What made Flight 19½ so compelling wasn't just the content of the transmissions, it was the idea behind them. If time could bend in strange places, if moments could echo, what else might linger out there? In the vastness of the Bermuda Triangle, with its shifting electromagnetic fields, unpredictable weather, and maritime secrets, it wasn't hard to imagine a space where time didn't flow cleanly, where a signal might get lost, looped, or echoed, like light in a prism made of air and water. Skeptics pointed out that the phrase "we can't find land" became iconic after Flight 19's disappearance, and may have been imitated by hoaxers. But believers countered that multiple transmissions carried deep technical accuracy, call signs, navigation phrases, even procedural codes that had been retired from use by the late 1960s. These details, they argued, were too obscure to fake without military knowledge. Then came the most chilling development of all. In 1973, an aviation hobbyist in Jacksonville reported receiving a burst of Morse code while scanning a dead band at 5.2 MHz. When decoded, the string read, FT28, no land, low fuel holding pattern, repeat, FT28, still here. No one could confirm the origin. It lasted 45 seconds, then silence. The broadcast was never repeated. Was it a final flicker of something fading, a calculated prank, or an echo, not of the voice, but of the intention behind the voice, crossing decades and atmospheric layers, straining to complete a message that history had swallowed? Today, the story of Flight 19½ is considered one of the Bermuda Triangle's most evocative legends, not because it offers closure, but because it refuses to be closed. Whether born of ionospheric anomalies, radio illusions, or deeper distortions in time and space, it asks a question far more unnerving than what happened. It asks, can a moment refuse to die? In the modern era of aviation, where satellite tracking, digital systems, and real-time telemetry leave little to mystery, Flight 19½ serves as a strange relic, a ghost story carved into static. It reminds us that even when planes vanish, their echoes may not. That some part of them, be it sound, memory, or warning, can still drift across oceans, across time, tapping softly on receivers, hoping someone will still listen. And if the signal ever returns again, on a quiet night, through a narrow band, in the space between worlds, it may once again carry the voice of a pilot long gone, saying the same words he said in 1945. We can't find land, everything is wrong. In the pantheon of unexplained oceanic disappearances, few stories are as overlooked, and yet as deeply unsettling, as the loss of VH-SIS, a de Havilland .104 dirhams Dove aircraft that vanished over the Coral Sea in August 1961. Unlike higher-profile cases like MH370 or Flight 19, this flight did not carry dozens of passengers, nor was it part of a military operation. But what it lacked in scale, it made up for in eerie silence and strange final transmissions, details that still haunt Australian aviation historians to this day. VH-SIS was a chartered passenger flight operated by Pinnacle Air Services, scheduled to fly from Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea, to Townsville, Australia, a route that cut directly across the western edge of the Coral Sea. On board were 5 people, the pilot, co-pilot, a mechanic, and 2 civilian passengers. It was a routine ferry job, meant to deliver personnel and cargo across the tropical belt, during clear weather and smooth conditions. The flight took off shortly after 9 a.m., filed its route with air traffic control, and began transmitting standard position updates at 30-minute intervals. For the first 2 hours, everything seemed ordinary. Then, at 11:36 a.m., radio operators received a brief, clipped transmission: visual loss, equipment failing, correcting heading, turbulence increasing. The phrase was strange, not because of turbulence reports, which were common in that region, but because of the term visual loss. It wasn't standard aviation language, and it wasn't followed by any clarification. The next check-in was missed. Attempts to reach the flight failed. By noon, the plane had vanished from radar. The Royal Australian Air Force launched a search operation within 6 hours, covering a 2,000 square mile area of ocean between the eastern coast of Queensland and the Coral Sea Islands. For 4 days, search planes and naval vessels crisscrossed the area, calling out to the Dove, scanning with infrared equipment, and dropping sonar buoys. No debris was ever found. Worse, radar logs later revealed that VHCS had begun deviating from its filed course as early as 11:15 a.m., but no explanation was ever determined. The plane had gradually banked northeast, away from the coast, toward deeper ocean. The pilot never requested a heading change. There were no emergency codes entered into the transponder, only that cryptic final phrase, visual loss. In the days following the disappearance of VHCS, the skies over the Coral Sea became the subject of intense scrutiny, not just from search and rescue teams, but from scientists, military analysts, and radio engineers. The seemingly minor charter flight, carrying just 5 individuals, had triggered an investigation that soon uncovered a series of peculiar details that could not easily be written off. The most immediate question was that cryptic final phrase, visual loss. To the casual observer, it might have sounded like a simple reference to deteriorating weather or clouds, but the meteorological logs from the region on that day told a very different story. Reports from both civilian aircraft and maritime vessels confirmed crystal-clear visibility across the entire corridor between Port Moresby and Townsville. Temperatures were stable, winds light, cloud cover minimal. There were no squall lines, no cumulonimbus towers, no lightning strikes recorded. So what did the pilot mean? Investigators hypothesized several possibilities. Some suspected the term might have been an improvised phrase, perhaps a panicked shorthand for an electrical or instrument failure that left the crew effectively flying blind. But VHCS wasn't equipped with fly-by-wire systems. It was an analog aircraft. Loss of visibility from instrumentation wouldn't require such vague wording. Others speculated that the pilot may have seen something, an object or an atmospheric effect so disorienting or unfamiliar that visual loss was the only phrase he could muster. Still others dug deeper into the aircraft's actual flight behavior. After combing through radar records from coastal stations and maritime surveillance logs, authorities noticed something disturbing. VHCS had gradually deviated from its filed course beginning at 11:13 a.m., a full 23 minutes before the final transmission. This deviation wasn't sudden, it was subtle, almost lazy, like a gentle drift. The aircraft began to arc away from the Queensland coastline and move northeast, toward deeper water. No course correction was recorded. This prompted a second, more technical review of the Dove systems. The de Havilland .104 dirhams was not known for autopilot failures, but it did rely on older magnetic compasses and gyroscopic instruments, tools that could be affected by magnetic disturbances or compass deviation, especially over iron-rich regions. But again, that explanation didn't match up. There was no known geomagnetic activity in the Coral Sea that day, and none of the other aircraft in the region, military, civilian, or maritime patrol, reported similar anomalies. The biggest clue came not from radar or radio logs, but from a tracking outpost in New Caledonia. Roughly 700 miles east of the Dove's last known position, technicians at a high-frequency radio monitoring station recorded an unusual blackout just before noon that day. For approximately 14 minutes, all incoming transmissions across the 4.8 to 5.3 MHz band dropped in signal strength, producing what they called a dead dome, an unexplained collapse of incoming and outgoing communications. The event was not atmospheric, it wasn't solar, and it didn't match with any typical ionospheric disturbance. That dead dome coincided almost exactly with the window in which VHCS went silent. When that information was shared quietly with military investigators, questions arose. Was the Dove's disappearance related to this blackout event? Could the aircraft have entered some zone either naturally occurring or artificially induced, where its instruments, communication, and perhaps even its navigation orientation were affected? Publicly, these questions went unanswered. Privately, they were troubling enough that a confidential circular was issued to several air transport services in Queensland and New South Wales. The memo warned pilots to exercise caution when flying over the eastern Coral Sea corridor, especially during periods of heightened radio traffic, solar flare activity, or atmospheric instability, even though none of those conditions existed on the day VHCS disappeared. And then, as if the mystery hadn't already taken on a strange tone, came a second report from a Panamanian cargo vessel, the SS Altamira, which was sailing from the Solomon Islands toward Brisbane on the day of the disappearance. The ship's captain, in a handwritten entry discovered later during an insurance inspection, noted that around 12:40 p.m., the crew saw a small silver aircraft flying low, far too low, over the open ocean. roughly 200 miles northeast of Townsville. The plane made no distress signals. There were no strobe lights. It banked once, then leveled out, vanishing toward the east. At the time, the sighting seemed inconsequential. The Altamira did not have long-range radio equipment to report the event, and the crew assumed it was a military aircraft on a low reconnaissance mission. But when the manifest was compared to search records, the sighting took on new meaning. No other aircraft was scheduled or reported in that quadrant of the Coral Sea at that time. The only known plane that should have been within 300 miles of that location was VH-6. It was the only potential visual sighting ever logged. And yet, even with that information, no wreckage was ever recovered. Not a single panel, no flotation devices, no trace of the aircraft or its 5 passengers. It was as though the Coral Sea had quietly accepted them and then erased the moment completely. Despite exhaustive search efforts, the case of VH-6 ultimately ended in the same chilling silence that characterized so many of the ocean's airborne vanishings. After 2 weeks, the Royal Australian Air Force suspended its active recovery operation. All 5 individuals aboard the flight were declared legally dead. The official report cited the disappearance as loss of aircraft due to unknown causes, and no conclusive explanation was ever offered. But those closest to the case, the investigators, radio technicians, pilots, and especially the families, could not forget the strange constellation of anomalies surrounding the event. The unusual deviation in flight path, the unexplained visual loss transmission, the radio blackout coinciding precisely with the moment of disappearance, and the possible sighting by the crew of the SS Altamira. Each of these by themselves might be dismissed. But together, they painted a troubling picture. One that didn't fit neatly into the usual boxes of mechanical failure or pilot error. Further complicating matters was the revelation years later that VH-6's cargo manifest contained sensitive optical survey equipment en route to a geological mapping station in Brisbane. Though not military, the technology was experimental, designed to capture mineral deposit imagery via aerial photography using a type of polarized light calibration not yet in civilian use. This led to additional speculation. Could the equipment have malfunctioned in flight, interfering with the aircraft's instruments, or was the plane targeted, by mistake or intent, due to the sensitive nature of its equipment? Neither theory was ever substantiated, but the whispers persisted. By the late 1970s, the story of VH-6 began appearing in aviation journals as a regional ghost flight, often mentioned alongside Flight 19, the Star Ariel, and other lost craft whose final moments seemed to defy standard aviation logic. It became part of a broader theory among some investigators that certain regions of oceanic airspace may experience unknown environmental effects, intermittent, invisible phenomena that disrupt flight, distort perception, and sever communication. The Coral Sea, with its deep trenches, undersea volcanic activity, and rare meteorological quirks, was considered one such hotspot. A particularly compelling hypothesis was put forward by an Australian physicist named Dr. Eleanor Bain, who published a paper in 1982 proposing that certain electromagnetic voids, transient, naturally occurring null zones in the Earth's geomagnetic field, might create localized interference bubbles. Within these bubbles, she theorized, radio waves could be absorbed or deflected, compass readings altered, and electrical systems subtly disrupted, without the kind of explosive failure that leaves wreckage behind. Dr. Bain's model was never adopted by mainstream science, but it struck a chord with those trying to understand how experienced pilots flying in clear skies with functioning equipment could simply disappear. The families of those lost aboard VH-6, 2 technicians, a veteran pilot, a co-pilot, and a 29-year-old geologist, fought for years to gain access to the full investigative records. It wasn't until the mid-1990s that portions of the radio logs and weather tracking files were declassified. What they revealed was not conspiracy, but uncertainty. Again and again, the margins of the report used the same word, unknown. The disappearance was not unique in Australia's aviation history, but it was one of the few in peacetime, with such benign conditions, where no trace was ever recovered. This is what haunted those who studied it. A failure due to weather or impact typically leaves clues. The Coral Sea gave up nothing. In the years that followed, VH-6 became the subject of folklore along the Queensland coast. Local radio operators sometimes claim to hear brief phantom transmissions, a squelch, a clipped syllable, a whispered identifier on old VHF frequencies. While most chalked it up to atmospheric bounce or misheard chatter, some believed the plane might still be out there, caught in a loop of isolation, broadcasting into the void. Every few years, new sonar mapping expeditions would scan fresh sections of the Coral Sea, hoping to identify sunken wrecks. Countless WWI planes and ships litter the region's seafloor, but VHCIS has never been among them. For pilots who fly the Port Moresby, Townsville corridor today, the case serves as an informal caution. GPS and satellite telemetry have made such disappearances less common, but not impossible. And in that part of the world, with its sudden mists and long stretches of water without radar coverage, a quiet respect still lingers in the cockpit when crossing the invisible line where VHCIS vanished. Some call it the sky ghost of the Coral Sea, not because of what was found, but because of what never was. No distress signal, no mayday, just a few vague words, an empty sky, and a silence that has lasted over 6 decades. And in the soft static of old radios, sometimes, pilots say they still hear it. We are correcting heading, visual loss, over water, can't confirm position, a voice reaching out, not to be saved, but to be remembered.